Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, and welcome back to Creativity with Don Allen III Live. We are testing out the live streaming capabilities here, running into some errors, but I think it's working out pretty well now. I'm just going to go ahead and listen for the audio really capabilities here. All right, cool. We got the audio. So, hello. Today we're going to be working on doing some live visual effects onto this piece here. I'm going to go ahead and live stream onto Instagram as well. So, hello everybody and welcome to Creativity with Don Allen III Live. Today we're going to be working on taking your comments from Instagram and integrating them into this visual effects shot on here. We are live streaming onto YouTube as we speak, so this is, I'm going to go ahead and write that down on Instagram. Go ahead and just skip 5 minutes. That's when we'll probably be all ready to jump into the tutorial. So right now we are streaming live onto YouTube. I did install a software called Karnak, which allows me to show the keys that I'm pressing on the screen. We have a nice microphone set up, so you want to join me on YouTube right now. That's where the keybinds, you'll be able to see all the buttons I'm pressing. I'll say, we're YouTube streaming right now. Hey, I know it's been a while. Hello, welcome back. Where's everybody joining from today? We see some folks here on I see some folks here on YouTube. I see some folks here on Instagram. I'm just going to go ahead and full screen this for a second. So if you're joining me on Instagram or YouTube, hello Scotty, hello Matthew Convento. Good to see you here on YouTube. And hello friends on Instagram. We're going to be doing some live visual effects. So what we have here on the right side of the screen is some really fun footage. So this was, I shot this the other day when I was running in Griffith Park. And I just kind of held the phone out in wide view and then ran down. Oh, hello. Scott's visiting us from Chicago. Imaginary Lobo is visiting us from Mexico today. We've got people from all over the place. It's a pleasure to have you here. And so, oh yeah, no worries if you got to go to sleep. So yeah, I have a new software that actually runs and shows all the keybinds that I'm pressing on the screen. So you can see the stuff that I'm typing. Which is going to be very helpful for people to learn stuff from. Oh weird, it looks like it's happening on both sides of the screen right now. I don't know if I wanted to do both sides of the screen, but that is cool. Do you want me to look on Instagram, by the way? I think we're good on Instagram. So I got a lot of great feedback from the community on YouTube and stuff about what you want to see edited into this shot. Today what I'm thinking we start off with doing is I'll just show you how we go about doing some tracking of your footage in After Effects, and then we'll try to maybe make a portal or something, and then that will kind of be like the first phase. I want to make a portal that we run through that like maybe changes the whole look and feel of the environment, but it feels like something that you're running through. I think that might be pretty cool. And then we had to exit out of the portal as well. We had sonic rings come up as an idea. We had dragons, we had gnomes, we had all sorts of really cool ideas appear on the feed today. And I really appreciate everyone's creative feedback and ideas and suggestions because they're awesome. Let me see if I can detach the YouTube comments and bring them into here. I don't know how to do that yet. Still learning all this stuff, streaming in multiple platforms as we speak. So here we go. Step 1, we got our footage. And step 2 would be look at the comments. In this case, I already know all of them are going to require 3D tracking. So what I do is I go into After Effects. I have my footage loaded in here in the composition, and I search for the 3D camera tracker. There it is, and we just grab it. Actually, before you apply it, you want to maybe prepare your footage. So what I mean by prepare is you want to look for a kind of straight shot. So I think from about 0 frame all the way to about, we got 4 seconds here, 5 seconds. Looks like the camera's pretty consistent. I see it kind of jumps around a lot here, and initially I just kind of ended it right before you saw the shadow, which kind of gives away how I'm recording this, which is really looks really funny. You run around at full speed with your phone in front of your face. That's for now. We'll have AR glasses in the future, so you won't need to really do that. But for now, just for the concept video, I think it's important to use what tools that we have to communicate these messages. So yeah. What I usually do is I grab the 3D camera tracker and I just drag it right onto the footage. And immediately it's going to start analyzing in the background. Now what it's analyzing, if you look over here on the left of the screen, again, if you can't see this very well on Instagram, you might want to join us over on YouTube. What you see is it's going through every frame. You see every frame here. and it's analyzing that frame, and it's trying to understand where was the camera at frame 1, where's the camera at frame 2. Now it's not only trying to get position information, it's also trying to get rotational information. So we want to be able to see what the rotation is of our camera. It wants to know, how is the camera rotated and how is the camera angled. Oh, we got a question from Anzi. Says, what's your YouTube channel name? Oh, it should be Don Allen the Third. It should be the same name. I think it's the same name. I think I have a link in my bio to my YouTube channel. Oh wow, my mom joined the live stream here on Instagram. Hey mom, we're live streaming to YouTube right now. If you want to see my face, it looks like this. Got my face over here. But yeah, we're just having some fun, and we're going to be streaming while we create. So right now we're just analyzing our footage. It says it's got about 23 seconds left. It's about 78% complete, and we're still analyzing the background. So I've been running up in Griffith Park to kind of stay fit and happy, and I love it up there. A lot of nature and stuff, which is always great. But it gives me a lot of ideas and inspiration for visual effects and things for the future. Okay, cool. So you see how it says solving camera? That's usually a good sign. That means there's some usable data. But also you'll get these things that says analysis solve failed. Now the reason why the analysis failed, I believe, is that there's too many different changes happening throughout this footage. So what I can do now is kind of scroll through and see what parts failed and which parts worked. Now it looks like it just said the whole thing failed, and I think that's just because we didn't chop up the footage first. Now this happens a lot with the 3D camera tracker, where you want to give it a singular angle. Like this whole beginning part is kind of the same angle, and I think the tracking software can understand that. But right here when I start to turn, this is a lot of different information that it's kind of hard for an algorithm to keep consistent. So we might need to break up this shot into several bits and pieces. So what I'm going to do first is trim it right about here using that shortcut, which is nice. Now you can see my shortcuts appear on screen, so I won't be having to say them as much anymore. I'm going to delete all that other footage, and then we're going to trim our composition. Okay, and let's just see how that feels. Again, ignore the analysis solve failed. We're going to recalculate this with a shorter shot. So we have a much shorter shot now. It's about 9 seconds. I'm going to go to the beginning of this and grab our 3D camera tracker. I'm going to reset it. And by resetting it, it's basically trying to reanalyze the footage with just this new distance in mind. So instead of doing all those frames, it's calculating, looks like what we have is 276 frames. I filmed this with an iPhone 11 Pro at about 30 frames per second. Oh, Don Allen III is my YouTube channel name. Maybe I should put that on here. Don space Allen space III on YouTube. If you want to see it, you'll have keybinds, better microphone situation. Streaming. There we go. I'll pin that. Thank you, Pug. Go ahead and pin that there. Okay. Cool. So yeah, so now we have some really good things happen here. So first off, you see that my cursor turned into this tracker, and every time I move my mouse, away and move my mouse around, you'll see that this target is kind of jumping around. What this target is doing, I'm going to go ahead and fill the frame up a little bit. What this target is doing is it's grabbing 3 points of these little colorful X's. These are the successfully tracked points, and it's trying to create a plane out of those. This is an essential step for any visual effects shot. We need to know what is the ground, what is our environment made up of, what is the floor, where do you want stuff to load in. You can see it registered some points over here. So what you're seeing when I move my mouse is that. Now, as we move our cursor in time, you'll see that these colorful points, they're a little small. I'm going to go ahead and go to that target point size. I'm going to increase it so you can see it a little bit better. And if we hit play and you turn on render track points, you'll see that we can see all of the footage is tracked really, really nicely now, except for that area. So everywhere where you see the colorful X's are the successfully tracked points. But again, as soon as the camera starts to turn over here, we'll have to probably do another camera solve for that area since it doesn't understand what's going on over there. But no worries, we can break up the shot into several pieces. It looks like everything in here was good all the way up until around 5 seconds in. We start to break the tracking software. So that was pretty good. I think we made it most of the way there. So I would say maybe right around here. So around 6 seconds was the safe zone. I'm going to go ahead and trim that there. And then I'm going to expand my composition and increase that length of time to something a little bit longer so we can grab a few more frames. And then if we move around here, yeah, it says these frames were not detected. So I'm going to basically try to do another solve from around here to about there, I think might be a good amount. So we'll just trim that composition there with Control Shift D. And we're going to grab this footage and hit that analyze, reset it. And now it's going to reanalyze just this new portion. For those of you just joining here on Instagram, we are live streaming onto YouTube as we speak. We got the full screen. We also have a new software that shows every keybind, every button I'm pressing, every shortcut is going to get displayed on screen. And we have a much better audio situation over there. So you want to maybe join me on YouTube. It might be a little bit better streaming experience, but kind of trying to cross promote it by streaming it on Instagram and YouTube at the same time. Cool, we're solving our camera. This is kind of creating a ground plane, trying to understand our shot here. And it looks like we got some nice colorful tracking markers. That is a good sign. They're really small. I'm going to go ahead and increase the size of these markers a lot so we can maybe see them a little bit more easily. Awesome. And we got those colorful X's, so that's very good. That means we have a second part of our shot is now tracked successfully. So this is my secret trick. When the camera changes a lot, you'll have to do several 3D camera track. You have to use the 3D camera tracker several times to kind of make up each part of your shot. So we have that first part of the shot complete, right? We have that second part of the shot complete. And then now we got this third part coming up. So again, we need to analyze this part, unless we don't want to use it. Let me see if I even want to use this footage here. Yeah, I don't really like this shot anyway. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Unless, let me see, did I do any other cool runs over here? This part was smooth again. Maybe I'll analyze it just for safety because I don't want to have to retract this later on. So maybe around this moment in time, I'm gonna go ahead and trim it and then slide that part together in our timeline. Hit that play button. All right, we see these, we haven't analyzed this this footage yet. And we get a lot of camera shake. Actually, I'll be honest, I don't really like the way that ended. But I do like these first two shots. Let me just kind of see how those flow. So we have shot number one here. We're going around. We see a lot of cool stuff. And then we go right into shot number two. Where did the tracking? Oh, I have to turn on render track points if you want to see them when it plays back. So let me go back there and go ahead and hit play. And then we got these shapes there. We got this kind of dramatic increase in the size there. It had a little bit of misunderstanding of the depth camera. But okay, this is looking pretty good. So now what we want to do is I'm going to delete what I don't need, which is that other section over there. And then for these few seconds, I'm just going to trim that composition down and bring it together. There we go. So we've got this nice composition 1 to composition 2. Now again, we shot this with an iPhone 11 Pro. This was earlier this week, running down the hill. And it's always fun running down the hill with your phone in front of your face. When people look at you, they're going to judge you, and I welcome it. It's like it's part of the future. You have to have a tough skin to be a part of the future innovation, because it doesn't seem relevant now, but it's going to be relevant in the future. Very relevant. All right, so great. We have our footage tracked. Now the next step is we want to define planes that are in here for our 3D programs later on. So I like to start off and grab my 3D camera tracker and change the target size so it's a little bit easier to manage. I'm going to make it maybe like 49%. And we'll probably have our first elements load in right around here. So what I'm looking for is a spot where the target is pretty flush with the ground. That looks pretty good. We right click in there and we click on set ground plane and origin. This is going to allow stuff to load in at that location. All right, so we're going to do we're going to create a solid and a camera, and this creates a camera in 3D space, and it's going to start remembering things. Hey, bro, Riley, Riley Reed. Oh my goodness, it's been a minute. Hello, welcome. Um, yeah, we're just doing some streaming. We're streaming onto YouTube as we speak, and we're streaming here on Instagram at the same time. Um, all right, so we got a plane loaded in here, and we can take that plane and we can rotate it around and resize it. I want this to kind of feel like it's flush with the ground. And we just need to do this a couple of times to get a better picture of our environment. So I'm just going to go into our footage here, grab our 3D camera tracker, and create more planes out of the environment. So I right click, create a solid, and then move up here. I see a pretty good ground plane over there. Right click, create a solid. And these ground planes should stick to the ground pretty nicely. Okay, and then we're going to go to this next shot here, do the same thing. Grab that camera tracker and create some solids. I wonder if I can just create a regular solid without a camera, because it does get messy if you start adding too many cameras to the scene. I usually try to keep it at under one camera, but it looks like it's having some troubles detecting this. I guess, can I set a second ground plane? Create solid and eye. See, I can't really, I have to add another camera. So I guess that's the one downside of using two different camera trackers. Oh, we got a question from Buna on Instagram here. It says how to deal with people who don't believe in AR and they consider it as a fake and non-useful. Oh, I mean, the best way to deal with folks that don't see the potential in AR is, to realize that this is a game this is a marathon and not a sprint. So, if people that are in the sprint mindset don't see the value in AR right now because they think they're just looking at what's the end result in immediately. But if you treat this game of XR like a marathon, then it's not hard to stay motivated when you realize that you're running a marathon. It's just about having endurance, patience, and strength, and having an end result in mind in the future, but no rush to it, because that future is happening, whether they believe in you or not. And so they might just end up feeling a little foolish later, and they'll come back at a later time with trying to get into the space, when it's far too late. Right now it's still early. So that is kind of the mindset you have to have is, you know, it's not about, making it seem valuable to them right now. It's about planting the seeds right now so that those seeds can grow. And then, yeah, that's kind of my statement on that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and add a few more planes in here. We want to track our environment. I'm gonna grab this footage, grab the camera tracker, and then let's just make a little marker over here. Create a new solid. Awesome. And we'll scoot forward. Grab these bushes over here and create another solid. Move forward. Got some more stuff over here. Create a solid. Awesome. Moving forward. That's kind of off in the distance. I'm going to grab that, make a giant plane over there just so I know how far the camera can see. This is going to be all helpful data when we bring this into a 3D program like Cinema 4D or Blender later. But I like to create all these planes that extract, a little bit of information from the environment and turn it into something that I can use later on. So I'm just kind of circling around these tracked marker points and then creating planes out of them that are going to help me later on when we render out a lot more stuff. Unfortunately, I am seeing that our tracked data kind of stops right around here. So part of me wants to almost retract the footage again, to get a slightly longer shot. It would be nice if we can kind of get around that corner, because that footage looks great, but the problem is connecting these two shots will be very hard to do in post-production. So I'd rather do them now together. Question from Steez Don T Don't Globe says, is this a third-party motion tracker? And the answer is no. This is the built-in 3D camera tracker right here that comes with Adobe After Effects. Anyone who has Adobe After Effects right now can use this 3D camera tracker. It's a good, great question, great question. Okay, so I'm kind of like, I like that this footage can be tracked, but what I don't like is having to stitch the two shots together. That will be really problematic. So unfortunately, I'm going to kind of redo a bunch of this. So I'm going to just save the work anyway. You know, you might as well just save what we got going on here. So I'm just going to save this on a different screen over here, and we're going to call this. So this is actually one of my secrets to getting AR jobs, was first making VFX videos that look like augmented reality. So this is exactly what we're doing. We're using, you know, After Effects and Cinema 4D and Substance Painter to make assets and bring them to life, but we're kind of treating it like a visual effects shot, and we're not exactly treating it like real time. You know, like we're going to be baking this in. We're going to get really nice shadows, reflections, and realistic lighting information, stuff that is going to happen in AR in the future, but we're still kind of working towards that stuff at this point. So we're going to need to retract this, unfortunately. So I'm gonna start off from scratch. So for those of you just joining, again, we're streaming this on YouTube right now, so you can see all the stuff. I'm gonna start off from scratch. So we have our footage. I'm gonna make a new comp from that selection. Here's the footage, and I want to try my best to see if it can track all the way up till about here. Is my hope. Hope we can get that far. That's about 15 seconds. I'm hoping we can get a solid track there. I'm going to trim this composition so that we're only getting that that single shot there. So I'm going to right click on that footage and set an out key and just trim that marker. So now we have a 15-second loop here, and you can hear the sound in here of me running. I'm going to turn up the volume. Nice and fun running sounds. There we go. And so now what we want to do is analyze that footage. So I go into the Effects and Presets panel and search for 3D camera tracker, and we just drag this right onto our footage. It's going to spend a few moments analyzing your background. Now the length of time is going to be based on your processor. This is using a mixture of CPU and GPU to calculate these frames. So you can see the estimation of time up here. It says it's about 30 more seconds for me, and that's just to analyze about 445 frames. This was shot at around 30 frames a second. So that is, you know, the results that we're getting over there. Okay, so we're just waiting for it to analyze. I'm pretty sure it's going to not work, and so I want to show you some other ways of debugging or, you know, resolving your tracked data when you get a failed track. So this is very likely to fail just because it failed in this same spot before. So it says solving, so that means some points are going to work, but it doesn't mean that everything's going to work. Whoa, we lucked out. It looks like everything was solved. Oh, this is great news. Oh no, I lied. Look at that. Unable to solve camera for this frame. Dang, okay. So unfortunately, folks, since it will be a bit too complicated and not fun to merge the two shots, I'm just gonna make it a lot shorter, like 6 seconds. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I mean that's really not that long of that's really not that long of a shot to really have fun with the visual effects side of things. I mean, let's just take a look one more time. I mean, we got lots of good tracked data. It's just that, I mean, we can still be creative with 6 seconds. That's like the length of time of that app Vine when that was popular. I can do some fun AR stuff here. It'll just be a lot shorter. I think that's fine. We'll make it work. Maybe we don't get to exit the portal. Maybe we enter the portal. We have all sorts of cool magical things happen, but we don't get to exit the portal in that video just because we don't have the length of time of successfully tracked footage. So I don't want to have to merge two shots unless we just do two different shots, but which might be another solution. But here we are. We are ready to start to do the hard stuff now. So I'm going to go ahead and get my target tracker in here. change that target size and start selecting my favorite points that are used to define the floor. I like this. This is a good floor plane. What you want to look for a nice target track is one where the target is pretty flush with the ground correctly. Like right there is looking great. So I'm gonna say set ground plane in origin. I'm also gonna create a solid and a camera, and now that shape is gonna stay locked into that space as we play our footage. This is a very important detail that we get these planes in here because we're gonna need to extract a lot of cool information from these shots, but it's best if you can create a few different markers. So I'm going to go ahead and create a solid right there, scroll forward, and what you're doing is you're moving your cursor where you think 3 points are going to make a plane, because it turns out you only really need 3 points in space to define a plane. That's why a lot of polygons in their simplest form are triangles, because you need 3 points to make a plane. And so when we find 3 points, like you see here, we're able to define a plane based off of what the computer saw. This is using a computer vision technique known as parallax mapping. This can be used to extract how far objects are apart from each other. It's not a perfect solution, but it is one that is pretty sweet in more cases than not. So you see all these points over here that you see how the target is trying to stick to different parts of the hillside. What I do for this kind of stuff is I just group the whole thing, and I right click and create a solid. And so now that red plane is going to define that far off distance. I try to find a way to put some points in the foreground and points in the background and points in the distance. This is going to be helpful when we jump into our next programs, if we are able to understand the scale of the world. So I'm just creating some points over there, some planes over there to help define everything. And it looks like we even got some points that are successfully tracked in the sky, I think. Yeah, we got some sky, so we can put maybe some dragons or some cool storms or something up in the sky. So I'm gonna go ahead and just track the whole sky there. Right click, create a solid. Yeah, so now we're tracking the sky, we're tracking the mountains, we're tracking the trail. Oh, we got a question from Boona. Says, I think if you play with color gradient, that would help the camera tracking. Color gradient. I'm not sure. The camera tracker is mostly using pixel difference to estimate changes between frames. So unless the luminance value is significantly different across your frames, the tracking software doesn't get more accurate. If I really wanted the tracking software to be more accurate, the best way to do that is to either slow down the camera movement or increase the frame rate. So if I shot at like 120 frames per second, the tracking software is going to have a lot easier time understanding the differences between 2 frames, because it's like taking more information between those frames. So by increasing if you increase your frame rate, you will get better tracking, but it also will consequently take longer to solve because it needs to analyze more data. I could have chosen to up this to 60 frames a second, but I was feeling like I wanted to see if we can get away with 30 frames a second. And we got away with most of 30 frames per second. It's just that, we had a lot of camera shake, and the camera does change angles dramatically after I go around this curve, and we didn't really get, I didn't get enough of that data smooth. Okay, so we got some pretty good points. I'm just going to continue to add some points. You honestly don't need this many solids around your environment. I just like to go over the top with the tracker markers because I don't like to go back and forth between After Effects and Cinema 4D. I kind of just want to be in Cinema 4D. Once I'm in the fully 3D environment, I want to stay there. I don't want to be going back and forth making adjustments over here. So I'd rather give myself more tracking markers than I need, just so that my brain doesn't have to re-understand what the shot was when we're back inside of After Effects. Oh, we got some questions on YouTube from Scott. Scott on YouTube says, if you were doing the portal thing, couldn't you duplicate it and the second time other stuff happens? Yes, we could, but the thing is, with this particular shot, Scott, what I was imagining is we're gonna have. I'm running. I'm gonna be running down this little way, and then I'm gonna walk into a portal, and it's gonna change all of the lighting and information into that portal world. We'll have a fantasy world happen inside there, and then afterwards we're gonna be exiting. Initially I wanted to exit it. The problem of this is I need to have 3D. I need it, like, let's say I had a dragon flying in the sky once we've entered the portal. If we don't have that same data later on after we go around this bend, the that data of the dragon up there is going to jump, and it's going to be jarring, and it's going to break my illusion. So what I think is going to be a little bit easier for this shot is once we enter the portal, and we enter that fantasy world where dragons are flying and we're collecting like sonic rings. When we're in that environment here in Griffith Park, and also I'll probably like replace the sky with like a galaxy structure and like have some like a nice planet over there. It'll be really fun. Imagine like dragons in space. Um, it'll be a little bit harder for me to do the portal effect if I don't have that data past that frame. Um, if it was completely turned off, or if we went for a glitch effect, it might be safe. But yeah, for now, I think I'm just gonna do this 7 seconds, and then if there's interest in this, then of course we can expand the narrative. All right, so we got some pretty good tracked data over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and save the work. And my little test to know if this is good is I hide the footage, I turn on a black background, and I just want to look at if I understand the shot still with just this information. So let's take a look. Yeah, so you see how just with these few planes in here, we can understand how the camera is moving. And we also understand what was the track that I'm running on, and those ones that are far away, those are like the mountainsides, and that green one, that's the sky up there. So this is kind of just like helping piece together your world, but as 3D, as the most minimal amount of 3D data. Great, so I'm gonna go ahead and save the project because I'm happy with that. And now that we've done that, here's what you want to do next. We want to extract this 3D data so that we can take it out of After Effects and bring it into other programs. The one I love to use is Cinema 4D. And for those of you that are using Blender and you want the free option, there is a plugin for Blender that I cannot remember the name of that will allow you to take this After Effects data and convert it into something that Blender can use. Alternatively, you can just use Blender. Blender can do 3D camera tracking for free. Yeah, so you don't even have to use the After Effects to Cinema 4D pipeline. You can just go straight to Blender. I just have very little experience in Blender, so I feel more comfortable in After Effects and Cinema 4D. But it's not that it's a bad tool. It's a phenomenal tool, Blender is. But anyway, let's get this data out of here. So we go to File, and we go to Export. And instead of exporting the video clips, which would normally be added to Media Encoder Queue and add to Render Queue, we go to Maxon Cinema 4D Exporter. When you click on this, it's going to give you some little error things. It's okay. You're just going to hit OK. It's fine. And it's going to prompt you to save this file. You have to have already saved your After Effects file if you want this to work nicely. And we already have, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit Save. And now it's exported all of this data, including all these points and all of these planes that we placed in here. All of that data is now like saved and it's brought into the 3D program, which is pretty awesome. Now we're going to work on making a portal. I guess we'll stick with After Effects for now. I just want to have it. I want to have us enter into a portal, and have that be fun. So, how do we do that? How do we enter into a portal? Well, first off, we got to think about what do portals look like. So we go on to YouTube and we look up portals, and we got some great portals here. These ones are nice. We have a nice little energy field and some particles on the outside. It looks like over there. Let's see other portal. Let's see portal examples. Maybe that's a good thing to search. Looking at portals in fantasy. Let's kill the sound so we don't get any copyright flags. Just want to see some inspirations. So we got the famous Harry Potter portal. Harry Potter portal. That's hard to say. We got the Harry Potter portal, and this one is looking like they're just doing a masking technique. And then it looks like a green screen replacement in the background. I don't want to do that. So let's skip ahead. Let's see some more Portal fantasy examples. Let's see what they do here. We have we got the dresser and the lion, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe, and they're gonna walk in. She opens up the thing. We get some effects coming out. Oh, that's a really boring portal. They just walks in. Okay, let me see. I just want to see if they have any effects kind of joining the two shots together. And we don't. It's just mostly in camera. Okay, and then they just blended two shots. So that's not really a fun portal either. We got the Wizard of Oz portal. They did a crossfade. Not fun. I want more technical than this. Okay, this one's going somewhere. So you got the Pan's Labyrinth tree going, and so we got some particles. That's kind of an indicator that you're entering into a new realm. And then it looks like they just kind of go into like a dark shadow, and then it looks like they're in a new world. That's pretty cool. This looks like Alice in Wonderland, I think. And she falls into a thing, and then it changes into a fully CG environment. That's pretty sweet. That might be what I want to go with. We got some different stuff she's interacting with. More Pan's Labyrinth. We got the chalk portal. We got another. Okay, this is kind of, I'm feeling more like having like a particle simulation be the thing that indicates you're going to be teleporting out of there. Okay, you drop the whatever this gunpowder is, and then they explode. They actually just die here. It's not actually teleporting. It's just death. Yeah, it's really graphic. Harry Potter. Let's see what we got. Got some cloth looking things. That's super cool. Okay, so I'm not sure if I'm feeling any of these portals, to be honest. There was actually somebody a year ago made a video on Instagram of them going into a portal that I really, really liked, and I have saved it. So I'm actually just going to jump into Instagram real quick and see if I can pop that in there. Oh, but I have my keystrokes turned on. I don't want to type in my password on the keystrokes. That would be very bad security practices. Let me see if I'm already signed in. Okay, I think I'm already signed in. So we're good. So I have like a folder of my favorite AR things that I've saved on Instagram's collection thing. And I have it saved as AR and VFX that have inspired me. I found this a few years ago, or maybe at least a year ago. It's all purple. Let me see if I can find it again. These are some of my favorite AR things that I'm going to try to recreate within my lifetime, or take it to the next level. Okay, so this is an example. So look at this one where what you have here is you're in regular footage, but then you walk in and now you're in a portal. I really like this concept. It's very friendly to make as well. That one can actually work in real time. I want to do like a hyper version of that, hyper realistic version of that. Hello, Mr. Nuban. Welcome. Oh, it's Nansher. Hey, welcome. Right now we're working on some effect portals. Let me see if I can find the other one that's all purple. This one's pretty cool too. Another like portal instance where you would like walk up and there's like an energy field and there's particles around it, and then once you go inside, then we have a fully different CG world. That's kind of what I want to lean towards. The one that I wanted the most was this purple one that I don't see it anywhere in here, and it's the one that really resonated with me the most actually. I'm not seeing it, but I do like all of these quite a lot. I'm just not seeing the one that I wanted to reference in this case here. Huh. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Maybe we passed it in a hurry. So maybe I'm going to go back over this, speed through, and kind of scroll back a little bit more carefully this time. Second pass, trying to see if I recognize the shot, because they did it the best in my opinion, and it's the standard that I want to try to match or pass. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it anywhere in here. Looking for it. I mean, these are all looking so cool, so pretty, so fun. Okay, I'm not seeing it, but it's kind of like this where, like you have your own environment that you're in, and then you open up like a portal that's literally just opens up to a different world that's fully CG. Um, like that. That's kind of what I want to do. Something like this, but have it be more overlaid on top of the real world footage, but just with some adjustments. Oh, I'm doing fine. Just doing some live streaming and some educational content as always. Buna says, take a look at Eduardo's latest Instagram post. Yeah, Edward's been doing some amazing stuff in this space. Yeah, very similar. I get a lot of inspiration from for portals and stuff from Edward as well. Yeah, these ones are really fun, and they're just really taking like the whole environment inside of a room and then just replacing it with a fully Cinema 4D or Blender environment, and that's kind of the approach that I want to go with here. So yeah, I got some visual inspiration. What I want to go with is a portal. So what we're gonna do is that exact thing now. So we're going to take this footage here, and I'm going to start off with hiding all of these markers and things. And I'm going to duplicate my footage and put this bit of footage to the top, and then turn off the camera tracker. All right, so what we're going to do is make some little visual effect difference here. So I'm going to just go ahead and set this up with the Lumetri color filter inside of After Effects. And I'm going to start doing some color correction on this shot to change the feeling. First off, I'm going to boost that saturation, and we're going to go to the curves adjustment, creative curve adjustment, and we're going to play with some of these splitters. So I got the shadow splitter. I'm going to maybe push the shadows more towards purple, and then maybe push our highlights. Maybe I'll leave the highlights where they were. We'll go to the curve adjustment here, and go to the red channel, play with that red value a little bit, create a nice little curve shape, a little S curve. Go to our green value and maybe decrease it a bit in some places. Go to our blue value and maybe want to add a little bit more blue into our environment. Cool, we're going to go back to the exposure. I'm going to maybe drop the exposure a little bit and boost the strength of the shadows and increase the strength of black clipping. Maybe play with that contrast. Trying to kind of go for a nighttime look a little bit. Not entirely, just a little bit more nighttime-esque, because I'm going to replace the sky. So I'm kind of just looking mostly at everything underneath the skyline here. Then we're going to go to look for something like our HSL, which is hue, saturation, and lightness, or luminance. And then we'll go to our HSL key. Oh man, the hotkeys are kind of distracting me here, or the screen keys. Let me see if I can take that off the left side of the screen here. There we go. Okay, cool. Great. And so let's go to HSL, and then, oh, but now you can't see the keys I'm pressing because my camera's blocking it. So let me move my camera to the other side. Oops, wrong one. Let me move my camera. Nope, wrong one again. There we go. Put the camera over here, and then move this over there. Okay, now, yeah, we'll just flip around. I'm just flipping it around for the YouTube live stream here. Okay. Yeah, what was I doing? Oh, HSL. Yeah, so we're going to go to hue, saturation, lightness, go to corrections, and I want to play with the HSL. So let's go ahead and play with the values in here. I don't know how I'm feeling about the RGB curves actually, and maybe I went a little too strong with the saturation addition. Maybe we go more desaturated, and maybe go to shadows, maybe increase the strength of them again. Or we can just add a hue and saturation filter right here. I use this one more often. It's just a little bit easier to navigate to. We can just change the hue of our world here. Yeah, I kind of want the ground to be purple. Just a personal preference. I would rather the ground be purple in general. So just, yeah, play that saturation amount. and go up to our curves, maybe turn off the curve adjustments now that we have that second layer in there. Um, okay, so right now we have just like this weird footage, right? Like we just, this looks worse. But I just wanted to have a different shot to work with for this phase, for this series of steps. So the first step was to kind of change the color, which we've done, and then I was going to take a vibrance slider and add some vibrance to the shot here. Just punches up the strength of the color. I'm going to keep pushing that value, see if we can get it maybe towards like a blue purple. There we go. Here we go. And then what I'm going to do now is we're going to replace the sky. Now, normally this would be kind of hard to replace the sky because it has such a, a sharp, different shapes. But turns out I have a hack. There's a way to extract the sky because the sky is mostly in light and all the vegetation and ground is mostly in shadows and midtones. So what we can use is a luma curve or a luma key curve, which can extract light and dark values and turn them into a mask. So I'm going to go to key out brighter and then crank up that amount. And what you see it happens is now we're able to extract that sky up at the top there. And if I hide my layer beneath, we can see that we can extract the sky. And so I'm just going to go ahead and remove the sky value out of there. And so that's pretty good. We kind of got a lot of that sky out, at least on the most complicated edges, because this would be very hard for me to rotoscope. And then we can go to edge thinner and edge refine to kind of sharpen that mask up, make it look a little bit better. That one, we also have tolerance. We can increase or decrease the tolerance and the edge feather if we want to kind of smooth it out. But that still doesn't get rid of that big chunky stuff at the top. So for that, I think it's still easier for me to rotoscope some of that out. So what I'll do is create a mask. So just click on here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to try to reduce the number of points that your mask has, just so that it's a little bit easier. And with your mask set, I'm going to switch it to subtractive. So we're subtracting that out. And we're going to go to our mask path and hit the keyframe modifier. And what I do is just go through frame by frame, manually adjusting this mask. And this is an important step because it makes sure that we don't get any artifacts from the sky that we don't want entering into the shot. And we don't have to be too precise. We just need it to be, enough where we don't see this stuff. So I'm just going to move that down here and move this down here and move that point down here. And you can see that we're just masking out the chunks of the sky that I don't want to have influence. Have you posted the stream link on Twitter? Ooh, no, I didn't even know that was an idea, but that's a great idea, Buna. I'm going to do that right now. How do I do that? How do I post the stream link onto, is this button? Share. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, share to Twitter. Is that simple? Never stop learning. Okay, I'll just say live VFX workflow. Can't spell today. FLOW, workflow. Oh, that's so cool. I don't know why I haven't been doing this. Thank you for the idea, Buna. I have shared the stream link, and that's sweet. Okay, cool. Let me know if that stream link worked for you. And then I'll see you over on YouTube. Wow, that was great. Okay, I'm going to continue with what we're doing. So yeah, we're having a mask here, and I'm just animating that mask. You see how it's automatically animating between the keyframes? These are keyframes, and so we don't have to do it on every frame. We just have to kind of hit it on the right marker every once in a while, and let the algorithm adjust it, over time. I use this technique a lot when, and also you can move the whole mask as a group as well if you don't want to move each point. So I can do that too. The key is you just want to make sure that when you're doing this, you're getting rid of all the areas that are going to cause problems in adding an effect layer. So I want to later on add like a cool star system up here, and I don't want the footage of the sky to interrupt that. If I had shot this on a clear day, we would have way better results. But since there was a mixture of lighting situations up in the sky, we are working with what we have. So I'm just going through frame by frame and moving my anchor points so that we're able to mask out the data that I don't want, but keep the data that we do want, which is all the stuff beneath the sky I want to keep. And we want to be very careful to keep moving our mask and not having it interrupt with the shot effects that much. So I'm just going to move that up here and maybe pull this back down over there, and then maybe pull this up over here. You can see that we're just kind of going through and moving our mask, making sure it's removing any artifacts that appear in our Luma key. And this is a secret trick to get sky replacements cheaply. We don't have to rotoscope that, and we certainly didn't have a green screen. So again, just to repeat for those of you just joining in the live stream here on YouTube and on Instagram, a secret hack to green screening without AI and without a green screen is to use a Luma key. A Luma key looks for light and dark values and uses that information to create a mask. Ooh, this is a little troublesome area. We might need to do some more manual rotoscoping to fix this part. So I'm just going to get it as close as we can, but I can see for that part it might need a little bit more love and attention than this kind of brute force masking technique that you see me doing here. Oh yeah, I see we have like a tree there. Doesn't know whether to keep the tree or to subtract the tree. So I can see that this might get a little problematic. I'm going to try to maybe subtract the tree for now. We might change our mind on that later, but for now, and I'm just going to keep moving these points, make sure that we're not really cropping out our mountain at any point. We just want to crop out everything that's not the mountains and the floor vegetation, except for this exception over here. And yeah, we'll put characters in here. I'll definitely probably put some sonic rings and stuff for people to collect. Oh yay, thank you for checking out the link. You can choose color. You can choose color you want. That's true. You can also mix and match these. So I like to use a Luma key to get like the biggest chunk of the shot cleaned up. And then once I'm happy with that data, then I go through and use a color key or manual masking to finalize a shot. So we got a little bit of a crop right there. I'm just going to move that up here. Just kind of working on our mask, making sure our sky is happy. Oops, lost a little point up there. Let's move that up. Maybe move that back down over here. And we haven't even used feathering yet. Feathering is a technique that turns your mask into a soft feather instead of a hard edge. And that can also help hide some of the ugly areas that I didn't want to spend time cleaning up. There's also the new Roto Brush, that Roto Brush 2, that uses a lot more AI from Adobe. That one's pretty sweet. I don't think it works very well for sky replacements, but it works really, really well for person segmentation. If you want to separate a person from a shot, it's really good. You don't even need a green screen. It can handle it. All right, cool. So you see this this weird shape. I'm scrolling through the frames here. You see this weird shape changing. This weird shape is the mask that we just made. And you can see I'm just trying to animate it over time to keep hiding the bulk of the sky. And then we can go through and add little extra points like I'm doing here. And then what I want to do is go to hit the mask button, it's M, and then hit F to go to the feather tool and increase that feathering. The feathering is going to just soften that mask for the areas that I didn't feel like cleaning up more tediously. So let's go ahead and hit play and see what that looks like. So now we have a perfectly black sky, and it's masked out. And this is super, super sweet because, oh, but I see some other problem areas. I see it masked out my thumbnail, literally my thumbnail. like not as in like a movie thumbnail, but my actual thumb and the nail on my thumb, I saw it was masked out on part of it. So we might have to combine a third shot that has a reduced exposure. In fact, maybe we could just do it on the same shot. So I'm going to go to our Luma key and then play with that. Okay, so yeah, it's a very sensitive slider. Oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's turn that back off. Okay. All right, cool. So now what? So we have our original footage back here, right? So now this is one way if you wanted to bring in your original sky but just change the environment. That's one really cool way. Like, isn't that sweet? You have the real sky and the real lighting, but now we've totally changed the world color. Already that is like a really cool shot. But that's not what I want to do, because what I want it to be like is it's normal lighting like this, right? You're running through your thing and then you enter. We're going to be putting in a portal like doorway that's lit, like neon lit up, and then once you go in there, then inside the portal we'll have a different kind of world in there. We'll have all these purple stuff, and now what I'm going to do is put something up there in the sky. So this is where we can pull up Photoshop, or we can just go straight to Google Images and do some cool little searching here. I'm going to look for a nebula. There we go. Let's go to some images. Oh, look at these beautiful nebula. Let's go high resolution. Pro tip, you can go to Tools and go to Size and search for large images. And I like this one. I like the Tarantula Nebula. I've used it a lot of times before. Searching through. Another good spot, if you don't want to use this, is NASA actually provides extremely high resolution images of stuff in deep space. So it's always fun to go to NASA's website, nasa.gov, go to their galleries, go to image galleries, and they have super incredible astronomy photography that they've taken with some $1 million cameras. And yeah, why not use those? There's an image of the day. That's cool. I'm going to take a look at that. Oh, look at these beautiful images. Oh, look at that one from NASA. Which one? Star formation of the constellation of Gemini, the twins. Look at that. Beautiful image. I'm going to hit download. Look at that. Great image from NASA. Good job. Good job, NASA. Photography's great. I'm going to drag this in here. Boom. Let's look up some more NASA photographs. Ooh, we got a cool planet. Oh, what's this one? We got bright rays and dark shadows in a nearby galaxy. From 156 million light years away, the heart of the active galaxy, IC 5063, reveals a mixture of bright rays, dark shadows, looking fantastic. Let's bring it in there. Boom, we got two cool images to start off with. Let's see if there's any more cool images from NASA. Look at this. Is this an actual photograph? Let me see. Okay, this is artist illustration. I want the real stuff. That's a pretty nebula. What's this one? A peek inside the Orion Nebula. That's beautiful. Beautiful image. Wow, that's pretty. This is from the Hubble telescope. This is from 2006. That's the one. Cool. So thank you, NASA. We're going to go back into Adobe After Effects, go to our project, and I'm going to drag in all three of those images right into our import section. And now this is where we're going to bring that data back together. So remember earlier how we did a sky tracker, right? Remember I tracked the sky with a plane? I don't see it anymore. Where's that plane that I used to track the sky? Nope, not that one. I thought it was a bright pink plane. Since I'm not seeing it, I'm going to turn on all my tracking markers. Oh, it was a green one. I don't know how I forgot that. Where is it? Which one okay, there it is. I'm going to rename this. I'm going to call this sky. I'm just going to rename this layer and call this sky tracker. Sky tracker. Here we go. Cool. I'm going to hide everything else again except for our sky tracker. And I think you already know what I'm going to do with that sky tracker. So remember we tracked the sky earlier and we put that plane up here. Well, we can now replace that with literally anything. And what's cool is it's going to sit behind the mountains now. So it's almost like we have our own real life green screen. We made a green screen out of the world. But this is a 3D tracked plane, so it's going to have all that correct camera movement so that we don't have to reanimate that stuff later. That's why we took the effort of doing that. So we can, we could have a green sky if we want, but I actually want this to be a cool nebula. And here's a hotkey trick that I learned when I was working as a motion designer in San Francisco. You can select any layer in After Effects. I'm going to duplicate it first off. I'm going to select this layer. Oh wait, wrong layer. I'm going to duplicate the sky tracker, sorry. And with the sky tracker duplicated, I'm going to hide the copy. And if you select this and select any layer from your project panel, you can do Control Alt question mark or slash, I guess Control Alt slash, and that will replace that image with that image. And now look at that, we have a nebula up there. So freaking cool. And if we take this image and work with it, we can get some pretty cool effects. So I'm going to go ahead and scale up that image to be even larger. It's a little bit shrunken in there. Let's see if we can grab the edges. There we go. So we can scale it up. We can also move it along its Y and Z and X axis. So I'm just going to go ahead and move that star system over there. And what I want to try to do, or what I always aim to do, is I try to find out where was the light for real, and then place the CG elements where light already was, because then our brain will just fill in the information properly. So it looks like the lightest environment was kind of over here towards the horizon. And now we have a nebula in there that's lighting our sky. And that's pretty sweet. Now we're going to work on making it blend a bit better so that we don't get this kind of warping happening at the end here. So I'm going to go ahead and scale this up a lot, or just move it around. Maybe place it over here, rotate the environment. And you can add multiple layers in there to create a sense of parallax, which is also fun and cool to do. I'm just going to maybe push that up there. Okay, that's looking pretty sweet. Yeah, but it starts to kind of lose effect near the edges. So I'm going to show you some ways that we can blend this in together. Also, I want to change the lighting on it or see what other galaxies look like on here. So I'm going to do Control Alt question mark. And now we're replacing it with a different star system. That one looks pretty cool. It looks more like a black hole, actually. Let's try a different star system, Control Alt question mark. This one looks like it's a little bit too much information up there, to be honest. It looks a little crowded, you know? Yeah, it's a little crowded up there. Looks like it's flaming. This one's kind of cool. Let's just go ahead and play with the rotation of it. See what feels better. And then we'll also use our trick of the hue saturation effect to change the lighting on there. So I'm just going to play with that hue slider. And we could go with the green light to kind of match that environment, or we can go more purple, which might look really cool with our purple environment here. That's pretty sweet. I would love to go running if you could see like something like this in your hike. Or maybe this is bad. Maybe this is not something you want to see on a hike. But I know me, and I would like to see something like this on a hike. Cool, that was an option. Let's go ahead and replace it with another image. Let's take that one from earlier, Control Alt question mark, and take a look. Okay, I mean, we got some options. The lighting is a little weird on the mountains, to be honest. I'm seeing some flickering happening. And I see a lens flare, but there's no peak highlight value that could justify the lens flare. So let me see if we can maybe get more stars in there. Or we might just need to, even further scale out this image, or make our own set of images, and Photoshop these together. So just kind of wrapping up these environments up at the top here. And then what I like to do is grab the circular mask and just draw a mask right onto our sky element. And we hit the MF, and then we use our feather brush and we can feather it out. And why we want to do that is it allows you to kind of blend multiple images that you find online together smoothly with existing shots. So we can create a very unique star system. Oops. So we can grab that. We can also use different blend modes like overlay. Oh, bad call. Let's try not overlay. Let's try maybe, actually, let me try overlay one more time. So here's overlay. Nope, don't like that. Let's try maybe lighten. Nope, don't like that. How about screen? That one's kind of interesting. You know, it looks like a sun now. I don't like any of those, so I'm gonna go back to normal. And we also still have an effect on here, like our hue and saturation color, so we can play with that hue of our stars and stuff now. So I can play with the hue up there. Kind of like the blue color that's leaking in a little bit. Yeah, so that looks pretty sweet. I'm gonna make another one of those. So I'm gonna duplicate this, Control D, and then drag this copy over here and rotate it around. And you can essentially have as many sky environments as you like, and you can just stitch them all together to make a nice little mosaic of stars around your shots. And this is kind of what I do to make like really pretty blends. And then we also can replace these images with their other layer counterparts. So I'm going to do Control Alt question mark, and now we have a different star system over here. And then I want that to blend nicely as well, so we can go to our effects presets and play with that color correction parameter. I'm going to play with that until we get it to kind of match our scene a little bit better with that maybe a purple. Yeah, so now we kind of have those two star systems. Maybe I want to use a bit more of the stars here. You want to be careful of overlapping like this, because if you overlap them, then we're going to get a solid line that streaks across everything. So instead, I want to just make sure we're not getting those streaking lines, unless that's what you want. You want the glitch in the matrix, or if you don't want the glitch in the matrix. Okay, so now we got a couple different star systems up there. Yeah, so that looks a lot better already, I think. And now what we're going to do, right now this software is Adobe After Effects. And what we're doing, for those of you just joining us, we took this footage of myself running down in a park. And what we're going to be making is a portal that you can walk into that's going to change all the environment and then have all sorts of cool 3D elements and stuff in there as well. Another thing to notice is if you look at the haze that's appearing on the hillside and how we don't really get that haze on the sky, that's going to break the illusion that this is what, that this belongs here. So I have a hack that I found is useful for blending between this value and the sky value. What we do is we use our same tracker from earlier when we tracked the sky. So I'm going to duplicate that tracker. And then what we're going to do is create a new solid. We're going to just grab the ramp effect and throw on a gradient ramp onto this new sky element. So it just looks like a black and white gradient. We can move this however you want. And with the gradient ramp, you can click where you want the gradient to start, and you can click where you want it to end. So right now I have a black value here, and I have a white value here. Now, it doesn't have to be black and white. We can actually match this color with the environments of our scene, and that will make it really blend. So I'm going to grab this color from the environment here, like this green color, and then I'm going to blend it with a purple or a sky color. And now we get a haze effect that you see here. And if we scale up the effect intensity, if we scale it up, which I'm doing here, I'm first moving my points of where I want the sky haze to start and end. Then we're going to scale up the entire object so that it fills our view. Now we have a kind of like a gradient sky. It's not perfect yet, right? Because we're still seeing some problems. There's some problem areas with the edges, which we're going to fix or at least get to right now by rotating our by rotating, really, we can fix a lot of these, and by pushing it forward in Z space. So if I push this forward in Z space, we're going to be moving our our sky gradient closer to the camera, and that way our sky gradient is a separate element entirely from our background star system. So when we do this, I'm going to scale this up even larger now, and now we have to even move our gradient so it starts different spots. So we want that purple to be there, but maybe we want that green to start up in here. And so now we get this kind of effect, right? And then we can throw on a screen or a multiply effect, which will blur the two together. And so now when we multiply the shots together, actually I don't want to multiply. Let's try maybe screen or soft light. I'm trying to find one that kind of keeps the light information. That one's a little bit closer, but still loses a lot of our color information. That one's cool too, but I think the purple went too strong. There we go. So I just made instead of purple, I'm going to make it black. That way it just turns into nothing. And then for this one, we just want to make sure it matches our edge of our hillside. So you can change the gradient. This is kind of like a fog, you know. In real life, you know, this is what makes things look real. Is a lot of mountains and stuff have a haze, and that's one way you can see like a beginner compositor to a more advanced compositor is how much they blend their compositions together. Okay, so there we go. We have it blended better. So that is with the haze. Here is without the haze. With the haze, without the haze. With the haze, without the haze. It's a very big difference, and it allows one shot to feel like it's embedded a bit better than the other. You can zoom in and see how it looks. And yeah, now we're getting a lot more realism coming out of that environment. Now that there's like a haze there that sits properly in front of our viewer and divides that background and our foreground with a haze. You could do this in Unreal Engine, but we're doing it here in post-production with Adobe After Effects. Okay, so having fun. Let's go ahead and save our work because that is important. So I'm going to go File, Save. Great. And let's continue on. So I'm just going to play it and just get some visual inspiration for a moment. I'm going to go to Auto Scale, and or no, I'll do Full Scale, Fit to Zoom. And I just want to kind of assess the shot here. We'll zoom in quickly for Instagram to see what we're getting here. So now we got this purple world. We got a nice little haze in the background. We have a lens flare that makes a lot more sense now. That lens flare was caught on camera. That's part of the reason why I wanted to put a light source back there, so that it feels a little bit more justified, like we're having a jog on an alien planet, which I would love to do this. And again, we're going to be putting so much CG stuff in here. We're going to be having like maybe crystals floating around and dragons, planets. Let's do a planet. Yeah, we haven't done a planet in a while. Let's go back to nasa.gov. They got some wonderful planets that they've already captured for us because, you know, that's what they do. They go up and they fly out and they take some sweet photos. What planet is this? This is Juno celebrates 10 years with a new Ganymede. I forgot which. I think this is one of Jupiter's moons, but it looks pretty sweet. So I'm gonna bring that in here. Let's bring in Jupiter's moon, and we got our sky and stuff. I'm happy with that. I'm gonna put my haze value in front of my other values, and then we're going to make a copy of our sky object, and I'm gonna move this sky object over here, and we're gonna rotate it around in Z space or XYZ space. It's like a plane. We're going to move it in a way so that we can see a flat projection of it, or closer to flat projection. It's not going to be perfectly flat. It'll just be close because we have a pretty warped camera angle here. And then what we're going to do is bring in that moon of Jupiter, Ganymede. We're going to bring in Ganymede here into it, and then we're going to replace our galaxy with Ganymede. And now we have a planet in there. And then to see the planet a bit better, we're going to need to scale it down a lot, and I'm probably going to delete this mask temporarily, so now we can see the full planet in there. And now it's tracking properly, right? We get the planet in the right spot, but you see how we're seeing all of the borders of the effect, and it can really take away from the illusion. The way we need to, the fastest way to remove all of the black pixels is to use a blend mode known as screen. And we grab our object here. So this is the layer that has the planet. And again, I'm going to probably make the planet a little bit smaller and maybe put the planet up over here. Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? Welcome. Today we are just jumping right in, doing some live VFX, and we are live streaming onto YouTube. I got all the keystrokes turned on so you can see all the steps in between, and we're just having some fun talking about it. And right now I'm about to put a planet up there, compositing wise. So to remove the black pixels, what we do is go to our blend modes here and then set it to something like screen. And look at that. It's done. It's that easy. It's that easy to put a planet into your shot. Now the caveat with screen is that if you have any light pixels, they're going to stay, and any dark pixels are going to go. So if you have an image that really depends on the dark pixels, you don't want to use screen as your method of compositing, because it will eliminate it. It just removes it. Next thing we want to do is we want to rotate the planet so that the lighting information matches the scene. So I don't know where the sun is. Actually, you know what? We don't need to know where the sun is. We have to look at the shadow on our environment. So where's the sun? So these are the shadows of the plants. So that means if these are the shadows, that means the sun is coming from somewhere over there. So we should probably rotate the planet so that the sun is hitting it properly. Maybe rotate it around over there. That's probably more accurate. And then we can move this planet around. Maybe I'll make the planet a little bit smaller. Actually, it's not even a planet, it's a moon. It's one of Jupiter's moons, but it looks sweet up there. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so that's Ganymede. Ganymede, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Cool, so we got a moon. I love it. Let's go back to nasa.gov because they have been killing it with the photos lately. So let's bring it back up. These are all free, open source stuff. Just going through some different photographs from NASA. I want something with a lot more stars, so I'm going to search for stars and go to images. And look at all these beautiful star images that NASA has captured over the years. So freaking awesome. Says star. Oh, I spelled stars wrong. S-T-A-R-S. There we are. And go next. Oh, wow. There's some pretty stars over here. What is this? Actually, that's a little bit too much information. But I like where that was going. Let's continue on. I want maybe more black and white, to be honest. So let's take a look at this one. It's a little blurry, to be honest. A little bit of a blurry image, but I can't blame them. It's like the object's like 130 million light years away, so I can't blame them for being a little out of focus. I'm looking for just some more black and white star kind of thing, like this. That's really pretty. Let's see if we can use some of that. I won't use all of that, but maybe some of it will look pretty in here. So let's go ahead and just bring that into our After Effects composition. And we're going to duplicate Ganymede and then replace it with the star system. So that's Control-Alt question mark. All right, so now we got our stars in there. And then we can scale up our star system. And I'm going to add a mask. This time it's just going to be a rectangular mask. And I'm going to add a feathering to it. Oh, weird. I'm getting a weird artifact there. Let me try that one more time. So this is on the sky parameter. And I'm going to put the mask here. Oh, we got the mask there. I'm going to do MF for the feathering. There we go. So I'm just feathering the star system together. And now we can grab that star system and scale it up to any size, and it will fade in gradually into our environment. So I don't want the stars everywhere. I just want them to be at the very top of the frame for the few times the camera kind of tilts up there. So I'm just going to rotate our flat projection of stars, move them up there, and this is all 3D camera tracked. So we got some nice stars added to the part up there. Try to use slow motion forage. Slow motion forage. What is that? Slow motion footage. I'm gonna Google what that is. I don't know what that is. Google. Where is the Google? There it is. Said, oh, slow motion. He said Google slow motion footage. Okay. Or slow motion images. Oh, footage. Try to use slow motion footage. I'm confused. What do you mean? Oh, like slow motion footage up in the sky? That could look pretty cool. I mean, actually hearing you say that made me think of adding like a. You ever see those time lapses where you see the stars streak across the sky, and it's like all beautiful circular paths? Let me see if we can find some open source stuff. Stars time lapse free MP4. MP4. Free stars stock footage. Oh, look at this. Pretty lights. Oh, we got some galaxies up there. This one's free. What? Let's download it. Oh, we need something. Oh, no, it's good. Great. We got some. I wonder if there's going to be a watermark on it. Let's take a look. Oh, that looks sweet. Yeah, let's bring it in. We'll bring in part of it. I don't want to go too ham up there because I'm going to have a lot of CG elements on the ground. But it will be nice to have some movement up there. I agree. So let's do that. So we got a star system in here. Maybe I don't know if I like the screen effect on here. Maybe if we go to additive, and the stars kind of sparkle a little bit more. Sparkly stars. I'm gonna move the star sparkle up at the top, and then we're gonna go to Ganymede, duplicated again. I'm gonna replace this with a galaxy footage. Looks like we've got some weird color correction stuff going on here, so I'm going to turn off my color correction for a moment. And then now we have a spinning galaxy in our scene. How freaking cool is that? I'm going to rotate our spinning galaxy properly and then place it somewhere else in the sky and also scale it up. And now we've got a nice little spinning galaxy up there. Now it's getting a little hard for me to see up there, so what we want to do to see, because it's kind of hard for me to see even the exposure in camera, but one way we can kind of maybe boost that quality. Oh, we got some questions. Scott says, gotta go, low battery, great tutorial, learned a lot, looking forward to the final result. Oh, thank you, Scott, for stopping by. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Great, so we're gonna go ahead and grab this element here. And if I want to see it better, one trick is to try different blend modes. Whoa, not that one. Let's try a different one. Whoa, a negative galaxy. It looks like dark matter. I don't want dark matter up there. I just want regular matter. Actually, it kind of looks like a black hole. I don't want a black hole up there. That would be kind of doom and gloom for us. We have enough of that. Let's go to some other format. Let's go soft light. We have lighten. And we also have screen. Okay, I like screen. I like where that's going. Maybe what I'll do is push the galaxy into where Ganymede is and then move Ganymede somewhere else. Ganymede belongs. Maybe Ganymede's chilling over here in the galaxy far, far away. I'm just going to make it a little smaller. And then we'll make the galaxy a bit more of the focus element here. Oh, that's a little bit better because there's a slightly darker background behind it. We can also cheat that effect by duplicating our galaxy. And then in that duplicate version, turning off, setting it back to like multiply, and then reducing the opacity down, and then adding a round mask or an elliptical mask around it, and then feather that elliptical mask so that we get a transition, just so that it's a slightly darker element behind the galaxy. Let's see if I can expose for it real quick, because it looks different on my screen. Oh, hardware. Well, I'll be honest, I just upgraded, so my hardware is super beefy. We're rocking an RTX 3090 in here. We have a Ryzen motherboard. We have a lot of different elements. We have liquid cooling, and a nice heat sink, and we have a very large power wattage. Wow, this looks sweet. I definitely want to go running on this planet. Look at that. Got a spinning galaxy up there. Loving it. Loving it a lot. Wow. Sorry, I'm just tripping on this. I'm happy, really happy with the way this is coming out. Let's continue. There's other effects that we can look on. So it looks like that website that we pulled this from also had other free and open source materials that we could play with. Oops. Bring it back. There we go. They also had all this other stuff. So we have boiling suns. We have auroras, borealis. We have shooting stars are kind of cool. We have some just undulating fog. We have some sky stuff. We have some pretty star systems. It's a great resource. What is this site? This is videovo.net. Nice. Got some motion in there. Some twinkling stars. Pretty neat stuff. Oh, this one's nice. Oh, but it's iStock. Okay, you have to purchase it. Makes sense. Okay. The software that we're running in is Adobe After Effects right now. We have not left After Effects. We are still in Adobe After Effects as we speak. All right, so here's what it looks like without the purple footage. Right, so it's very ugly. So we need that purple footage because it hides all the stuff. Other elements that I want to work with is maybe doing an overall color correction on all of that stuff together. So this is where I start to kind of consolidate things a little bit. What I like to do in my process is grab the elements that are super needed. Like for example, let me see if I can turn off the sky for a second. Oh, wrong sky. Let me turn off the other sky. There we go. So we actually have it's actually a perfectly black sky back there if we wanted it. That's kind of cool. Maybe we want to play with that sky a bit more. So let me see if we can turn off or turn down some of these elements so we have a slightly darker sky. I definitely want that. We definitely need this to kind of blend the two shots together. And it looks like if we want a slightly darker sky, maybe I'll move my stars up a bit. Maybe we don't need as many stars up there anymore now that we have other visual elements that are kind of sticking to the foreground. So I'm going to move this up. So just move our stars up there. Or heck, maybe even get rid of those stars because they're kind of cluttering it a bit. We have enough stars now. And then, or we can keep it blending in with the original shot, which we had before. No, I definitely want to put something up there. Yeah, I don't want it to be the normal sky. I want this to be all visually enticing stuff here. So what I'm going to do is maybe just duplicate one of these sky elements and push it to the other side. Oh, wow, look at that. Maybe even just lowering the strength and the opacity of this is enough to kind of get more elements in the sky up there. That's pretty sweet. So this is just a demo video. This is kind of behind the scenes of how I go about doing concepts, AR concepts. So I'm going to be having this look like an AR experience, but a lot of times before I actually commit to making an AR experience for a client, I sometimes will start off in After Effects and kind of block out what the vision is, or block out what the hope is in the future, and then get the client excited about that, and then after that, then I go through and do what's possible now, and those are always very different. So for now, I'm kind of just doing a more a visual effects approach, and I'm going to be taking comments from earlier that were left about what to put in the sky and what to put in the scene. I'm going to be adding it to the shot. But I really liked the people who suggested a portal. I'm going to probably have like a flying dragon in here if it's not too complicated to make that. Yeah, so yeah, that will be a thing. Let's just switch to free clips only. so I'm not cluttered with any mess that I don't need. And I just want to look for some stars. Oh, these ones are cool. Some nice Milky Way twinkling stars. Excuse me. All right, we're going to bring in that footage into Adobe After Effects as we do. Bam. Nope, didn't bring it. Did I bring it? No, let's try it again. Drag that footage right into After Effects. Awesome. And then we're going to grab our sky tracker, one of these sky thingies, this one, and we're going to duplicate it. And then on that duplicate version, we're going to replace it with the stars. So that's Control-Alt question mark. Awesome. Now we got a nice, pretty star system back there. And then I'm going to rotate this along one of these axes. Let's do the z-axis, kind of rotate that around and push these up into this top there, and then play with it looks like it's kind of warping a bit, so I'm going to try to decrease that warping, and then go to our effect, and then bring in a little bit more purple hues into those stars, and just kind of put those stars up in there. There we go. Let's just take a look at YouTube, see if there's any questions that are coming up. Where are you, YouTube? Looking for your screen. I lost my YouTube screen. Where are you? I'm gonna find you somewhere in here. YouTube, where'd you go? Let's try that again. There you are. Okay, cool. So yes, continue on. So we got some stars up in there now. And now we got this nice glow. I kind of want to change that glow from that yellow to something else. It kind of looks like just like pollution. We have enough of that on this planet. I would love to, in my fantasy world, have not much of that. So what we can do is first change our background to additive, which is going to kind of pump up the bright values. And then the other trick what we can do is maybe go to our haze, wherever our haze is. I'm trying to find the haze layer in here somewhere. There's the haze. No, that's not the haze. Where's the haze? There's the haze. I'm going to rename this layer to haze. I'm going to call this haze. And then let's just try a different color. What if the haze was blue? That's pretty cool. Looks like a regular sky. We got purple. We have pink. We have orange. We can do any color. We do want it to blend, though, with the environment. So I might go back now to our sky footage, or sorry, our floor footage, and then change the colors again in here. So I'm going to rotate our colors around. We have our hue and saturation. Yeah, I want to play with that maybe. So let me go to our hue value and play with that. Changing this around might cause some problems. Ew, I don't like those colors. Maybe if it was blue. There isn't really a spot where the hills are blue and doesn't compromise the other part of the shot. So maybe I'll just keep it. Maybe I'll keep it. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just lower the strength of the haze by going to the ramp scatter and decreasing it. So there's the start ramp. So you can actually literally change where the haze is growing from. It's just a gradient here. It's a line, and then we can essentially just smooth out that line, and then you get a lot more gradual. But I wanted the line to be as closely aligned with the edge of the mountains, since that is what needed the blending in the first place. So I'm going to maybe place that there. Maybe it's a little bit more horizontal now for the haze. It actually feels pretty good. Maybe I'll lower the haze just a little bit there. And then now we have nothing. We have nothing up over on that other side. So I'm going to duplicate our stars from this shot. Just duplicate that layer and then just move them stars over here, and then rotate that plane so that it aligns nicely with the camera when it tilts. So I'm pushing that forward, pushing that really far forward. And then I might even just shrink it down too, so it really just makes it a lot more fast. And now we got these tiny stars that are slightly twinkling in the corner there. DMT. Is this what it looks like? That's interesting. You never know. I know I don't know. Okay, so next thing I'm seeing is that my highlight kind of is bleeding into the floor like this, and I don't really want that. So what we might need to do is draw a mask along our haze, because right now the haze is going through the ground. So how do we do this? Well, we grab our haze layer, and then, oh crap, do we already have a mask on it? Oh, we do. I'm just going to lower the height of that mask so it doesn't go so far through the floor. And then to fill that in, I'm going to just grab a purple solid and place that on the ground, and then we'll just I think that will blend it nicely. So let's create a new solid. Right click, new solid, new solid. Where are you? Where is the solid? I'm forgetting everything. Right click, new solid. There we go. And I'm going to grab this purple and hit OK. So now we have a purple solid, and now you can see it fits in really nicely back there. It actually kind of just went around the whole background, which is kind of cool. It just kind of created some uniformity. I only really wanted it on the lower parts though, so I'm going to lower that purple to just being on the floor here in the background. And now we have a shot that is kind of seamless with our effects. Oh, I see a glitch. Bring that down. The glitch was I saw the tip of the purple when the camera dipped down. We could see the edge of it. So let me hit play again. I got to hit play a lot of times, just kind of make sure that it's smoothing out. Yeah, this looks great. Yep, 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 yep. And good. All right, that looks great. And looks like the lens flare is coming off the galaxy now, which I love. That's sweet. Okay, let me save this real quick. Again, I don't, I wish I could make this highlight pink, and we could, but the problem is, if we do that, oh, we got a question. Are you messing with NFTs? Oh yeah, um, yeah. I've made a number of NFTs. I've sold a number of NFTs, but right now I'm just kind of doing a more educational, fun content, more on the digital art creation side. Oh, I got a hack. Okay, so what we need is we do need it to be um, purple. Or sorry, we need it to be yellow at the tip of the mountains. But then afterwards, the color can be anything. So what I'm going to do is just duplicate the haze. Boom. So now we double the haze. And then for this doubling effect, I'm going to grab a color that I do want, which would be like pink. And then we're going to grab our mask property and make sure that the mask is on the opposite direction. That way it slowly turns into pink and doesn't interfere with the border as much. Whoa, that went too strong. Let me lower the strength of that pink. Maybe bring more of the black value back into there. It's like adding a maroon color. And this is going to also help with our ramping. I'm trying to change the angle. I kind of like the black sky, to be honest. I wish they had an option, instead of the ramp being so extreme, I wish it was like a mirrored ramp. Right now it's a linear ramp. I guess that works. Maybe we'll just put a pink core over there, and then it's like localized color correction. Whoa, what happened? And then we can move our stamper there. This is kind of just like a pink ambience in there. It's kind of weak. Let me maybe increase the strength of it. And then by also boosting the brightness, we'll get more pink value into that skyline. We got a question from Scott. Says, careful, your hand is blue when it comes into the shot. Yes, I kind of like the blue hand a little bit. Honestly, I do kind of like the blue hand because it's like another portal. It's like as if like on, if you're on the planet Pandora, the aliens are blue and stuff. So maybe this portal also changes your avatar, which would be sweet. Let me play with the blue. Oh, that's cool. You can actually add a blue hue. A blue hue. a blue hue, blue hue. Just having some fun. Okay, I'm just playing with some colors and then playing with the ramping. So there's we have a lot of layers going on there. And it looks like there's like a black pitfall area. Um, I don't know if I want that. So let me see if we can maybe blend that in a bit better. If I moved this over here. Oh, I see. So you can move the blue anywhere. I guess we'll just copy this. And then on this one, I'll move the blue over here and then change the blue to a different color. Keep it all consistent. Going with the dark purple. And now we have a pretty custom thing going on over there. Let's go ahead and hit play. It's rendering out a few frames. You can cover that idea with fog. Which area? Oh, follow page 97 says they have a new question. All questions are welcome, so feel free to ask. Yeah, cool. I'm just rendering out some frames here with the 3090. Awesome. Yay, it looks like that's working out perfectly. We got Ganymede up in there. We have a galaxy. Oh, this is fun. Okay. Really happy with the way that's coming out. So sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and save it. And next thing I'm going to do is merge all of this together into a pre-comp and keep it separate from the background. So what I'm going to do is grab, actually, do we still need the camera tracker though? We probably do need the camera tracker. So I'm going to maybe duplicate the camera tracker data. Oh, it doesn't like that? Oh yeah, you can't have two of them. Okay. So disregard the duplicate there. I guess what I'm going to do is just grab all of this. Or, wait, let's see, let me think. All right, I'm going to grab all of this. Oh no, we don't really need it. Why am I getting confused here? We have a lot of 3D data in the shot now already. Look at all that data up there. Just crowded. So crowded. But it's working, so I'm going to save it again. And what we need to do now is start thinking about creative ways of merging the two shots. So, first way I'm thinking is a portal. So I need to kind of pre-compose everything, which is kind of like squashing it all together, making it one piece. So to do that, I'm going to start off with this one here. Oh, interesting. I'm seeing a little bit of an artifact from before back there. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so this is our original footage, and it has the 3D tracked data. Kind of actually, I feel like I need two camera trackers, so I'm just going to copy it and see if this breaks it. And then with this copy, I'm going to grab all this data, right-click, and go to pre-compose. We're going to call this fantasy. Okay, so that's all fantasy land now. And then that's separate, I hope, from this, but we still get the camera data. Yeah, cool. So we still got our camera data. So now we have two shots that have two different worlds. And so what we're going to be doing now is creating a portal entrance that allows you to access one world from the other. Because we have the 3D tracked data, this is actually going to be pretty dang easy. So what we're going to do is find out where do we want that portal to start. So I'm going to hit play and just see the footage. Thinking right about there. That's where the portal should start. So I'm going to click on my camera and find out the ground right there, and I'm going to create a solid. Then, with this solid, we're going to rotate it. So I'm going to go to the solid and, grab that solid and rotate it. Literally, I'm just going to rotate it and scale it and stuff. So I'm scaling it, and then I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees that way, and then maybe 45, or just try to flatten it up towards us. Maybe tilt this up and then maybe move it up, maybe increase the height. And so now we have a portal door. And so the easiest way would be just to mask between these two, which I might do, but I kind of want to go the extra mile. So we'll create a really clever shape or something for this to be in, and add some animations to it. Maybe the portal opens up in a really cool way. My inspiration for portal design right now is the Rift from Fortnite. So I'll just show you what that is. Fortnite Rift videos. Oh, these are all from the music video. I'll do Fortnite Rift animation. So this thing, look how pretty this Rift is. So you got this peak bright highlight, and you have some shards of data, some glass. You have a twinkling, and then I'll change it from that, of course. But I kind of like this idea of, like, the portal opens up. I wish we could actually see it open up. So let me see, like, using the portal, or using the Rift in Fortnite. I just need to see some footage of it. How to use the teleporter device. We skip, see if we can find it. But you see how essentially there's like an energy that's emanating from the core, and I want to add that, and I'll probably actually do it with a new tool that I haven't really used much. It's called Embergen. You can use it to generate really awesome particles, and so I'll actually have like a real particle simulation that I make from scratch that will be 3D data. I haven't really used the tool that much, but I bought it, and I think this is the right time to start playing with it. So it's a powerful tool. It's a complicated tool, though. You said duplicate the composition first. What do you mean? I have the fantasy world back here, and what I was going to do is use the masking technique. So if you go to mask and you turn on alpha track, now you have a portal that goes between the two worlds. Let me turn off the camera tracker data because I don't need to see it right now. Wait, render track points. Why am I seeing the points? There we go. So now we have a portal that goes between the two worlds. Kind of. It's boring. We have the most boring version of it. So what I want to do now is make it... Oh, it's an old chat message. Sorry. And so then right when you get there, we want to essentially turn off the effect, if you will, and just go full screen with it. So then right there just becomes full Fantasyland. So you go into the portal, boom, you're in it. And I'm thinking we'll just stay in it because we don't have a lot of time in the shot. So that's how we can kind of get in and out of the portal, is by using a masking technique. But now the art becomes, how do we make this mask more interesting? How do we give it more value? So I'm thinking it could be like, some sound effects might be fun. Rotating it differently. Can't rotate it. It's hard to press that button. It's not letting me rotate it. And essentially we just switch the shots at the time that you pass through it. But right now I want to prioritize making the portal right. So maybe it starts off with a, I don't know. Get some ideas. Brainstorming. Whoa, I don't want to move the shot though. So maybe lock it. It's weird. It's not letting me rotate this anymore after I turned it into an alpha matte. So let's do this again. Cool. We got the shape. Now we can rotate it separately. Yeah, so now we just got to find a creative way of opening up a portal and then going through it. And then essentially once it goes full screen, then we switch to that full shot. It's a jump cut. It's just a regular jump cut at that point. So, how to open up a portal. We also have another option that's pretty sweet that I haven't really used in a while. And it can save us a lot of time and energy. So I'm going to try that now. If I can first make sure it works. Okay, so this technique is using this thing. Oh wait, am I a member? Okay. All right, so let me just do portal real quick. So, I mean, we can also save a lot of time if we use some pre-made assets. So here's like an infinity portal. We could open up a portal like that, which looks kind of magical. Ooh, this one looks nice. I like this kind of rift violet portal, looks pretty sweet. I would add to it, of course. So let me jump into the portal options and see if we can download this as a large MP4 PNG codec, so you get all that transparent data. Oh, it looks like a Rick and Morty portal. That's cool. I might tweak it and add to it. Yeah, because I'm feeling like maybe we should save some time here and not recreate all of this from scratch. But this is a great tool. Production Crate is a wonderful resource. You can scale up the portal rectangle in the specific second. Yes, we could do that. I do like that as well. I also like kind of blending lots of different shots together. So I might blend this wormhole for a moment and then reblend that with some other stuff. Just trying to see what kind of time can be saved. All right, so we got some assets in here. I'm gonna bring those into the project now. It's gonna look really sweet with them because they're designed for exactly this purpose. So I brought in both of those pieces of footage, and now we're gonna just play with them. So first off, we're gonna duplicate this mask. This will become our mask later on. For now, I'm just gonna duplicate it and then replace it with one of these effects. So I'm gonna start off with the portal violet. So do Control Alt question mark. And so now we're gonna get this portal open up, and it's tracking in 3D space, which is pretty sweet. And now we can kind of work on rotating our portal to be kind of angled at the camera. Another way we can create dimensionality is if we stack this object several times and change the Z space of them. This will create depth in your work without actually having that depth. So I'm just gonna open up a portal. Yeah, that will look really sweet. And then we're going to be in that realm. So we'll see like, and then inside there will be the portal world. So I like to kind of start off with there. I mean, this is already a really, really good spot to start. And then we'll take this, slide it to the side, because I really want to go through the center of this, ideally, so that it really fills the frame right around here. And then we'll duplicate it. And like I said before, I like to push this into Z space and then rotate it slightly along that Z axis. And this actually creates more dimensionality out of the same asset, because now we're utilizing that Z space so that we're actually going to get parallax between its lines. This is going to create a really sweet illusion of depth for the viewer, because we stacked the effect twice. And by rotating it, we're like getting a slightly different look. We can also offset their time. So now we get this, right? It's like it's like two gates. Maybe I'll even make it a little bit lower. And maybe even push it further back in Z space. And so what we can do in between those two, we'll have like a distortion effect where we do like a refracted glass effect. And then past it will be where the actual world changes to the other shot, which will be really sweet. I think these are too far apart. Let me maybe bring that a little bit closer. Yeah, because then we're going to enter into that portal. And now it's a lot more 3D because we stacked the effect. These are all the hacks, folks. This is the hacks. This is the hacks that I do to make these effects come true. All right, great. We also had another bit of footage in there. I'm going to bring it into now, into here now. So I'm going to duplicate that and then bring in our effect. Control Alt question mark. So this one is a full screen effect. What we're going to use this one for is just not the whole thing. We're only using it as the bridge between worlds. So I'm going to set this to a different like overlay or something, or maybe set this to additive. I don't really know what we're going to set it up to yet, but it's going to be the bridge between the two worlds. And I can't think of a good way to do this other than just brute force masking. Honestly, you know, I can't think of a better way to do it at this moment. So, oh wait, thinking of a way. No, that's hard. Never mind, take it back. Oh wait, no, that will work. We're going to use a trim paths technique. So we're going to create a new solid on top of this footage. I'm going to hide the pretty ones for now. Those ones are going to work fine. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. We need to see both of those. So we got the pretty ones. And then what we're going to do is we need to find a way to get just the sandwich in between the two layers, but nothing else. So first off, I'm going to set this to normal. Whoa, that looks freaking awesome. But wow, I'm tripping out. Okay, really tripping out. Let me lower the opacity on this layer. Uh-oh, we're getting a delayed effect here. So let me go ahead and just save the project in case it's about to crash. And I'm just going to lower the opacity a little bit. Okay, so we're going to use this to kind of be the sandwich in between the two dimensions. Oh, we got a question from Boona says, oh, I got that from earlier. Okay, so to make the sandwich, I'm going to grab the pen tool. And duplicate. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing here. What am I doing? What are we doing? Okay, I can't think of the best way to do this, so I'm going to do it the dumb way, but it will work. So I'm going to go through and just roughly create that shape of that back mask. Whoa, getting some errors, getting some duplicate errors here. Whoa. Okay, I guess it doesn't like me hitting Control Z a lot. So I'm just creating this really goofy shape here to kind of bridge one mask with the other. Okay, so that's the first one. Then we're going to create another mask and set them to inverse polarity. So we'll set this one to intersect. No, set this one to subtract. Good, 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 good. And now we're going to draw a second mask on top of this mask that represents the outer layer. And it's very loose here. We're not going to ruin this. Okay, and then for that second mask, we set its properties to intersection. So this creates the little space between the two dimensions, I think. I'm going to go to the opacity and bring it up so that we have it at 100% opacity. And now we have a bridge between the two worlds. And what we want to do with this data is first off, feather it out. So I'm going to go to the mask options, grab both masks, go to the F option, to bring up our feather controls and feather these masks. That way we get a nice gradual transition between those two worlds. I'm also starting to see that, oh, what was this? What was this layer? I don't know what that is actually. Okay, so now we have the two, whatever, I don't know what you call it. It's a sandwich between two dimensions. And what I'm going to do with this data is a lot of stuff. First thing I want to do is convert it into a displacement map so that we can use that data to drive a refraction effect in our footage, which will look really sweet. So also I'm going to kind of match this a little bit better to the shapes that I see are actually the portal. It's tough because it's an animated portal, so it's going to have a little bit of undulation. Oh, that looks sweet. So it's going to be like, and then, so yeah, we'll do portal 1, portal 2, and when portal 2 launches, that's when we bring in this data. So I'll wait for that to appear. And then we'll just kind of fade it in. I think it's fine because there's enough action going on camera. So go to the opacity layer, set a keyframe in the opacity, and then fade it from 0 to 100 within a short period of time. Give us a nice little transition to that dimensionality there. Cool. And now let's save our work in case it crashes, because we're seeing a lot of artifacts happening there. And so we got the two portals, boom, boom. And now what I want to do is, instead of just using the color data from this shot here, I want to use those black and white values to drive a displacement map. A displacement map is super sweet. I'll show you what it is right now. I'm going to create a new solid again. And we're going to set this to something that's opposite of the blue stuff. So I'm just going to make it red. Red's pretty far away from blue. All right, so this is kind of creating what's called a mask layer. So now when I hit play, what you're going to see is that. And so what we're going to do is convert this data into a black and white image that can be used to drive the displacement of pixels of footage. Sounds like a lot of complex stuff. It is, but we'll make it not so scary in a second. So we got this red footage that kind of like to mask out what we don't care about. And then we have just the little sandwich layer between. What I'm going to do now is take those two together. Duplicate one for safety. And then the non-duplicate one, we're going to merge it together with that bright red solid as a pre-composed layer. So I'm going to right click on here. Wow, I'm getting a lot of delay in After Effects right now. I'm not sure what's going on. Let me go to pre-compose. And then under pre-compose, we're going to call this sandwich dimension. I spelled it wrong. I really wrote sandwich. All right, so with the sandwich layer pre-composed, whoa, we lost it. Actually, let me go back. Oh, so we have to save a camera tracker in there as well. Otherwise, it's not going to move correctly. So we have to sandwich a camera, the red background, and our sandwich dimension. We've got to grab all of that, pre-compose that, and call that sandwich. Oh, you said close Google Chrome? I can't because I'm streaming onto YouTube right now. But I can close tabs that I have open. I'll do that. Closing other tabs that I have on the other screen running on Chrome. You're right, because Chrome is eating up my memory. Hopefully this is a little bit better now. But yeah, we're live streaming live to YouTube right now. It's being recorded and captured. All right, cool. So now we have a two-dimensional layer that represents this. Next thing I'm going to do is convert this image to black and white by adding an effect like desaturate, or you can just go saturate actually. or what's the word? Vibrance. Let me search up the word vibrance and throw that onto here. And then I'm going to reduce the saturation. So now it's a black and white image. Boring, right? Next, we're going to increase the strength of that vibrance by adding a threshold or a levels adjustment. So levels is a great tool for adjusting your black and white strength of an image. And you can drag the sliders in there to increase or decrease that strength. So I'm kind of just increasing it a lot here, increasing that contrast value if you want it to be sharper, or if you want it to be softer, you're going to make it gray. We'll start off with this. So now we have this thing. I'm going to pre-compose that and call this black and white displacement. Black and white displacer. Can't spell. All right, so we got this black and white displacer. Now with all of that, we can now add this back into here to drive animation in a really cool way. And check it out. What we're going to do is create an adjustment layer on the whole thing. So boom, we add an adjustment layer. We're going to place that adjustment layer after our purple effects, but in front of our footage. So our footage is really the only thing underneath it. Then in the adjustment layer, we're going to throw on an effect and preset known as the displacement map and throw that onto the entire comp. It's going to cause a little distortion. You're going to see a lot of distortion on the pixels. Right now it's displacing everywhere, but what we can do is tell it to only displace black and white pixels, or in other words, don't displace black pixels, displace white pixels, and then gray is in between. So to do that, we're going to go to our displacement map layer source, and I'm going to choose the black and white displacer. Boom. And now what you see is with pixel wrapping turned on, what you see is we're getting extreme cool distortion only where that black and white data was, right? So that is what it's doing, is it's distorting the pixels of the background, which is super awesome. You see it? It's kind of hard to see. I'm like moving it around to be more dramatic. You see how it's pretty much like, I don't know, like a ripple in time. So you get this really cool refraction in between your shots by doing that. That was the whole goal. And then what's nice about this technique is the displacer has the ability to adjust the black and white values, and that will change the strength of the displacer, so of your adjustment layer. So I'm going to set this to maybe luminance and maybe center the map or stretch the map to fit or tile the map, whatever fits the right thing. And then we can move these pixels around. But you see how it's got this, you see how it moves at a different speed within that sandwiched area, and then it moves like regular footage not in that area. That's the whole trick to displacement maps. And this works with any black and white image. So yay. Okay, cool, you can see it. Good, good, good. All right, now we have to kind of double back on it, because now we're getting, it also displaces everything. So you see how it's even displacing the corners here? I think that happens because we have gray. We have gray value inside of this, inside of here. And that gray value is confusing it, saying, well, you're telling me to move the pixels. So we need to dive into it. And I'm going to add, I might do the levels in here instead, like inside of the composition. So I'm going to go to levels, there it is, add our levels. And I'm going to input more black and white. And actually, let me see if I can desaturate this again. So go to vibrance, add some vibrance. I'm going to desaturate it. And then instead of keeping this gray, which is moving pixels, if we make it black, I think it won't move. So we can do that by boosting the black and white contrast slider. I can't remember which way. I'm trying to see it. Or can we invert it? How do I invert? I'll just search for an invert effect, because right now it's kind of doing the opposite of what I want it to do. So I'm just going to do it with math. Okay, there we go. So it's inverted everything. So now if we input more black and white values, because I really just want to make sure that the outside is not moving at all. Otherwise, it's not gonna look right. I don't want it to move the footage. I only want it to move what's inside the portal, is sandwich dimensions. So just trying to find the right place. We have a gamma slider. Those are always kind of cool to play with. Let me invert it again, maybe. Double inversion. Nope, it's not it. Sometimes if you use too many effects and presets at once, like I am right now, I get confused and lost in my own trails. And so I forgot, which I'm lost. I'm lost in where I'm at. So I'm just gonna keep messing with it, hoping that something fixes soon. Because I got confused. Or let me turn off some stuff real quick. Okay, so that was, let me just reset this. All right, so this is what we had. And I want to start off with adding vibrance so that we get a black and white image. After the black and white image, I want to play, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not even levels. Maybe we just want contrast to be stronger. So I'll just bring the black and white closer together. Ah, there we go. Order of operations really matters in After Effects and in visual effects in general. And then I'll do an inversion. There we go. Yay! So now we have only that area should be impacted and nothing else, right? So that's the trick. I need a solid image. So now that this is solid, let's go back to our pre-comp and see if the effect is gone. I don't know. It still seems like our land is moving quite a bit. I don't. Oh, I have an idea. I'm going to bring that back as a dual mask. This is so chaotic. Did a mask for the displacer, and then I'm going to remask it. I'm getting confused myself. So I'm going to take this. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to take this image, put it beneath. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to use this as an alpha luma matte. Nope, wrong one. Let me try inverted matte. Nope, it didn't work either. Okay, bad call. It's undo. Maybe I'll put it underneath this footage, our footage, and then I'll set this to Luma Matte. Nope, wrong one. Luma invert. Nope, didn't do it. Alpha invert. No. Alpha Luma invert. I think that's the one. No, is it in there? I can't see it in there. Drink some water and stretch. Oh yeah, good call. I haven't done that in a minute. Thank you for looking out, Buna, for my health. I'm gonna fill up my water bottle and just do a little bit of stretches real quick. Thank you. I'm back, and thank you so much for looking out. That really means a lot to me. Looking out for the health. Just gonna drink some water and just do a little stretch here, a little bit of movement. And maybe what I'll do is I'll move my desk chair away, so I can just kind of stand for the next part of this. Okay. Okay, here we go. So what I'm trying to do is isolate the distortion to only happen in that little area. But what we're getting instead is distortion all over the frame. And the shot is so small that I don't really, usually what I do is I just scale it up like this, and that hides the illusion. Actually, maybe I'll just do that. Yeah, we'll just do that. Let me see if that works. Oh yeah, it looks fine. Oh yeah, because now we get a nice distortion in there. I see that the pixels aren't wrapping, so I'm going to go to our adjustment layer and then make sure that we turn on pixel wrap. Wrap pixels. There we go. So it kind of just adds the pixels around. And then let me see what if I turn off expand outward. Okay, that's above it. And that center map. We can kind of just move these around to kind of play with these. The reason why I usually don't do that is sometimes you have to scale a lot. You have to zoom a lot into your image, and you'll lose resolution and stuff. But you're right. That is a simple fix. I guess I just needed to move around and drink some water to realize the simple fix. Okay, let's take a look. That's pretty sweet. Oh, that looks so cool. That looks so freaking cool. I love it. I'm gonna make a little adjustment though to the one of them. This one. Let's see. Does moving this change anything? I'm gonna jump into here and I'm gonna just shrink this a little bit, and then move it to the right. Let's see if that changed anything in our comp. Oh, bad call. Don't do that. It did some weird stuff on the edges. All right, we're gonna leave that alone. It's pretty much working now. All right, cool. Next thing, we need to jump into the portal. So remember this pink portal door initially? Well, all we need to do is make that shape the shape of the opening, and it'll be done. Well, at least with part one. This is just the portal into this world. So I'm just going to go ahead and move this pink box here. In fact, if it helps, I'm going to change the layer solid to a green screen. So we kind of pretend like it's a green screen in our heads, even though we're not going to see this green color. So right there, and right around here, we're just going to start to carve out that shape. So I'm going to grab a mask pen and just start clicking and dragging to make it fit that second energy field. Just click in and drag and click and drag and click, drag, click, drag, click, drag, and connect. Cool. So now we have a green, whatever you call it, right there. And I have it, let me see, behind the energy, I believe. Cool. All right, so now it's in there. Oh, maybe we shouldn't put it, maybe we should not put it behind our displacer because it's going to move the green screen. So I'm going to move the displacer, move it out of there so it's just out of that reach. Cool. And then next thing I'm going to do is go to that mask, go to the feather edge, and we're going to do that. We're going to feather the edges of that green screen out so that we get this nice soft transition into the next dimension. And with this green screen setup, we can use this data to drive a mask into that next realm. So that next realm is, where is it? Where's that dimension? Where's the fantasy dimension? Okay, here's the fantasy dimension. So we're gonna take the fantasy dimension and we're gonna use it as a template to mask it out. And then we must hide our object modifier. Or wait, I forgot the order. Sometimes do you put the mask underneath it? Nope. Where do you put fantasy mask? Oh, I think I put this underneath it. Yeah, so here's our fantasy land, and then we make it an alpha mask. There we go. So now our fantasy land will live inside of the portal. And then right at that frame, we'll need to switch it to full screen. So right when we get about here, we'll need to switch it on permanently. So that's right about there. And then where is our fantasy? Looks like it's a little, we'll probably need to like, let me just drop the opacity of it for a little bit. just so I can see the two layers. And I'm just going to shimmy it to align perfectly with the footage. It's not going to be perfect because we are using a displacer, but we can at least get it close to the shot that it's merging into. So I'm just kind of, I have both of them set to a low opacity so I can see it temporarily. And I'm just stacking this into place so that we kind of get the shots aligned again together. I'm trying to like scale it by eye. I'm trying to match the scale. I guess I could just look at the settings, but there we go. All right, that's almost the same shot now. So they're stacked on top of each other. I'm gonna bring the opacity back to 100%. And then right after we pass that portal opening, right around here, we can just switch it entirely to that, into that frame with no track matte. And that will be the entrance to the portal. Hey, thank you so much, Buna. Cool, and then we'll be in the fantasy land. And then we'll also make sure that that purple mask that you see right here, let's make sure it doesn't appear until the portal opens, until the second portal opens. So right around there is when we should see the portal open. Boom, boom. So now we're in a different land. Look at that. And let's go ahead and just render out the frame real quick and just see render preview back. So I'm just letting it buffer. That's what this green line is over here. We're just buffering it so I can see it at full speed. Oh, thank you so much. Follow page 97. Just waiting for that to buffer. Okay, cool. Yeah, look at that. Oh man, this is fun. Look at that. Got a lot of work to get into that portal. And we got the distorted world in between, which I love too. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I want to maybe play with that mid portal again, so I might turn on this layer and then set its color modes to like additive, or maybe set it to invert, or negative, or difference. So now let's see what that looks like. Looks like it's a warmer distortion of reality in between the two realms. You can maybe go with a no, so we got classic difference. No, we have exclusion. That's kind of interesting. Trying to think of what the sandwich between worlds looks like. Let's do subtractive. That just subtracts color. Divide. No, definitely not divide. Stencil alpha, stencil luma, stencil silhouette. None of these are speaking to me yet. None of these are there yet. Multiply, kind of darken. Not. I mean, or we could just change the color of that. That might be an option. Let's see if we play with the hue and saturation slider on that sandwich portal thing and see if that kind of changes the mood. Like, what does the space between realities look like? This is what I'm trying to think about. I mean, it's probably not even represented in color at all, to be honest. It's probably so abstract, it would be, I couldn't start to comprehend it. But let's say we could comprehend it. What would it look like? That looks kind of like evil. I don't like the orange-red look. Oh, wow. Thank you so much, everybody. A lot of kind words here on Instagram. Kevin says, looks so good, bro. SMV Simvern Hell says, wow. Follow page says, particle effect. Oh, a particle effect. Yeah, I mean, this is currently a particle effect in there, but I'm just trying to think, do you guys think we should add color distortions in here, or is it enough that the light inside of it refracts like this? When we pass through the dimensions, it's bending the light in there. So I'm just thinking about it. you know, what feels right to the heart. Because we can keep moving that glass shader around, you know, and making it more extreme. Oh, it says yes, it's enough. Okay, so then let's not do the color then. Yeah, because it is a lot going on, you know. In that moment, it's just like whoa. Um, Speaking of which, I might actually go back into the black and white displacer, and instead of keeping it at this harsh black and white contrast, I may want to lower that contrast value down a bit so that so it's a little bit softer on the edges. Let's see if that affected our pre-comp. Yeah, see, now it's a nice little, it's a lot softer. And then we'll be in our space world. What about that Embergen you mentioned? Oh, that's true. I know I was gonna do Embergen until I opened up this, and then I was like, it's kind of already done now. um, I know you're right. Embergen would be sweet to play with, but I'll be honest, it is more time consuming than you would expect, because if we go the Embergen route, the data it spits out is called a VDB file. A .vdb, it stands for volumetric database. And when you have a VDB file, you can't just bring that into After Effects. You'd have to bring it into Cinema 4D and then run it through a shader graph like Redshift or Octane, then save it as a PNG sequence, and then retrack it into the shot. A lot of work is what I'm saying. I mean, I would be down normally to go that mile, but I'm really excited with the way this is looking, so I may not do that here. Next thing I want to do is, this is called contact lighting. Lighting is so important for CGI and visual effects. So imagine if an object this bright appeared out of, you know, nothing. There should be light in front of it and behind it, you know, on the ground, that kind of indicates that there's something going on here. So how we can do that is by using that tracked solid from earlier and then just essentially assigning it to the ground. Excuse me. Let me see if I can find that tracked solid. I think I baked it into our background. Jeez. Hiccups now. Okay. Oh, it's in the Fantasyland. Okay. So in Fantasyland, I'm going to go ahead and turn on these tracking markers again. It says that there's a few that are already visible. I don't see them. Oh, they're on the lower half of the screen. So I'm going to grab all these tracking markers again, copy them, delete them. Don't know if that was a bad idea. Let's see if that break anything. Hope it didn't break anything. We'll find out in a second. And then we go back here, and then what I'm going to do is paste them on top of everything again. Whoa, that was a bad idea, huh? At least two of those markers don't make any sense anymore. So this purple one, get rid of that, and then that green sky tracer doesn't. Okay, so now we have our tracking markers placed in there again. And you see that orange one? That's the one I want. So I'm going to hide all the other tracking markers so that all we're left with is this orange one. And now what you see is, oh, and we have this blue one, or cyan one. Let me get rid of the cyan one. All right, so we got this, and what I'm gonna do is extend this, this way, and then I'm gonna duplicate it and push this way, and then rotate it, and then push this up that way. It's kind of hard to see the color difference here, so I'm gonna go to composition layer, solid settings, change the solid to some other color, so I can get this to line up a bit more nicely. Oops, hit OK on that. Hit cancel on that. Oh, don't hit cancel. Go to layer, solid settings, and then let's just change the color to something darker. Hit, I guess, new, and then I'll move that so we get it to line up. What I'm doing right now is creating planes where I want light to hit on the environment. So I'm going to be casting light onto this part. Oh, got a question from Ibrahim Buna. Says, it would be awesome if you add some whales floating in the sky in between the mountains. Oh yeah, so That'll be part two. Part one, I just want to get a portal opened and have a dimension to play in. Once we're in here, we're gonna be going ham with the 3D stuff. I'm probably gonna put a flying dragon, maybe sonic rings, uh, maybe like a running companion, like another avatar that's running with you. I'm not exactly sure what, but there were so many great ideas that appeared in the comments on Instagram today. I wanted to do all of them, and so I decided like maybe going to like a VR world, like right here, like going in like a VR land would be the way to incorporate a lot of those ideas. But right now, I'm still kind of just working on that portal entrance, getting in and out of that dimension. Yeah, because we should definitely have. I mean, this should be a really wild fantasy land in here. Stuff should be flying around. Um, yeah, it's what I would like to see on the run. So, okay, so what we have is we place these two planes right here, these two orange planes, and these planes are aligned roughly with the ground. We don't have to go too hard with this. And then what I'm going to do is create an image that's going to kind of light them up. So what I'm going to do is throw on a gradient ramp. So we're going to go into the effects and look up gradient ramp. I'm going to apply this to both of the solids. Or actually, I'll just do it to one first. So let me just hide the other one so I'm not distracted. And then we're going to set the gradient ramp to a radial ramp. And then this marker represents the outer color. And then this marker, hard to grab, oops, don't want to rotate it. This other marker represents the inner gradient. And so I think you can already imagine what I'm going to be doing with this, right? Because what we're going to do essentially is extend this like that and have it glow in the right areas. So I'm going to set the in part to like a purple and then set the out part to a black. And then we can remove the black like with the same technique earlier with the screen effect. So we can go to our normal blend mode and change it from normal to something like screen. And now we have some contact lighting on the environment that is stuck to the environment. Now it's just a game of positioning. So we can take our inner and outer positions and start moving them around. So maybe move this central like over here, and then maybe you push that over there. And then we can play with the color, of course. So I can go darker, lighter. We can also change from screen to something like darken. Ooh, bad call. Or multiply if we wanted to darken things. And if we set the black to white, no, I don't like that route. Cancel. Let's set that back to additive. And then additive kind of adds other color values. It's not just adding the one that you put, it's adding multiple colors. It adds values. So now we just have some lighting in here that we should basically turn on the lighting. Actually, it might be a little bit more forward facing. Yeah, maybe we can just slide the whole thing forward in Z space. What dimension is this? Y space. Yeah, so we'll just have the lighting hit the ground. Maybe I'll widen this a little bit so it's like all on the floor like that. Cool, and now we just need to make it appear. So we'll just grab a scale modifier here and then start scale 0, and then right here it should be scaled at 100. And then we'll go 0% value there. There we go. So now we get a little bit of contact lighting. Helps sell an effect because things glow. You know, environments have real light, like have lighting. I don't use Element 3D. I used to use it back in the day before I learned other 3D tools. I kind of wish the portal was more glitchy or electrified or something. That could be done with audio, says follow page 97. That is true. Actually, I'm seeing where it's scaling from, and that doesn't make sense to scale from there. Let me change the anchor point to the end. Can I move that? Oh, that's nice. They let you move the anchor points with with the transform controls now. That's way friendlier. Past After Effects was not so friendly. Okay, there we go. So now it kind of scales up from there. It's a little strong. I might want to go more subtle. So I'm going to just lower the opacity of that whole layer. So it's really like just it's a subtle thing. I don't really want people to notice the ground at that point anyway. I just want it to feel like it belongs there. And so I can then maybe even extend it further now. Oops. You can probably stretch it further now because it is more subtle and will give us a nice little ramp of purple light on the ground. And then what I'm going to do is just duplicate this thing with Control D and then slide this to the right and then tilt it along that y-axis. That way we get some lighting on the dirt beside it as well. So we get both animations happening. I might need to push that closer, huh? Let's grab that y-axis and slide that back a little bit and then maybe extend it forward. Yeah, so that's just fun. Fun little thing, little pro tip there. You know, if you want your effects to feel just even a little bit more immersive, you have to think about how light would be actually happening in the scene. It's even better if you can get on set, if people could like, you know, bring effects into the shot there that could like light it and stuff. But this is the next best thing. You track planes and apply lighting accordingly. I'm going to go ahead and intersect these together for fun. There we go. So now you just get a nice little purple lighting in the front. Okay. All right. Next. We got that dimension in there with the galaxy thing going on. I'm gonna render it out real quick to see what we got. Doing a render buffer here just so I can see it all play in real time. It's pretty fast on this computer. I have the RTX 3090, so I can't complain about speed anymore. That looks sweet. Yeah, we'll make it a lot more fantastical. Yeah, just getting some ideas of what's going on here. So you had a suggestion here. Follow page 97 says you wish that it was a little bit more electrified. Well, I have great news for you. What I'm going to do is jump into that tool that we used earlier, the one production crate, sorry. And then in production crate, they actually have electricity. And then they have all sorts of different types of electricity. This one looks pretty sweet. Like when the portal opens, how cool would it be if like this hits the ground for a second? But it's like purple lighting instead. So I'm gonna go ahead and download that. And then this one looks pretty cool. We got some, feels like such a casual transition. What about camera wobble? I usually do camera wobble after I do my CG. So I'm gonna be adding a lot of CG elements and characters and stuff. And for those things, it's hard to add camera. It's like a bad idea to add the camera shake before you put CG elements because it's really hard to match the shot again. But I think you're right. There should be a little like bump of energy when you enter and exit the portal. Ooh, this one looks really pretty. Let me download that one. Oops. Let's go ahead and download that. All right, cool. So we just download this. I pay for Production Crate. It's worth it. It's worth the time that it saves and the quality that it brings. I'm a big fan of kit bashing and merging stuff that you find online with stuff that you can make to be as efficient as possible. All right, so let's bring in some electricity. Feels like such a casual transition. Oh yeah, so yeah, let's do some electricity. So right there when it opens up, let's bring in that ground spokes. So let's see, where is that? portal opening is, where is it? That's the portal opening. So I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the portal opening and move that up earlier in the scene, in the layer stack. And then we're going to replace that with ground electricity. Okay. And then we're going to push that onto the ground. And we'll have, of course, need to rotate and stuff and probably scale it, tweak it, do some stuff to it with the shot there. And we got to time it better. I'm going to scale it down and push it closer to where it needs to be. Cool. And let's just take a look. Oh, it looks sweet. And then we're going to use that hue saturation thingy as before. Hue saturation, throw that on here, and then we're going to tint it purple or pink. Purple pink looks kind of sweet. Somewhere in there. Let's see. Purple lightning. There we go. Nice. Let's take a look. Ooh, it kind of goes really, really wide, like too wide, and it kind of breaks the illusion for me. So what I can maybe do is slide it or scale it. Maybe I'll just scale it down. Ah, but I like this one. Let's see, maybe we'll scale it up, squash it. No, that looks distorted. Dilemmas. Mask it. Oh, you're right. Good call. Yes, we should mask it. Let me undo that because I liked the scale as that. We go to redo, change value. Okay. And then you're right. We can just mask it. Love the ideas, always. So I'm just going to draw a mask that cuts out that section. Keeps all this other stuff. And then problem solved. Yeah, now it stays a little bit more local. Cool. So that's one little blast of electrical energy. Not the last, of course. So we're going to take that electrical energy, duplicate that layer, and then throw in the other production grid elements. So we have another basic sparks. Replace it. There we go. So we got basic sparks number 2 here. And then with basic sparks, I don't know what to do with this one yet. Let's see, what is the animation? Oh, okay, so it looks like it's around the edges. We can probably scale this one up quite a bit because it's a lot smaller of an asset. And bring that to life over here. And then maybe push it back a little bit. Maybe scale it down again. Move it up, maybe off there, and push it to the side. That looks pretty freaking sweet. Except it starts in a weird spot. Oh, there we go. Because I have the mask on there. I forgot about that. So we'll do that first bright peak is when we'll have it come in. And I'll just have it start right there. So it's just like bam. Where are you? Next is exporting tracking and data into Cinema 4D, I think. Yes, that will probably be the next step. There we go. So you get the little electrical pulse. To bend it to the mountainside. Oh, he said warp it. Oh yeah, we could. I mean, the mountainside is pretty flat though. And we can just rotate it. I think get away with it. That looks pretty sweet. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. What did I press? Let's go back. Save. Let's stand up a little bit. Ooh, actually, I'm not liking the tracking on that bottom one because it looks like it's not moving correctly relative to the camera position. The outside one looks okay. The floor one doesn't look right to me. Let me push it back in Z space and see if that helps. That helped a lot. Okay, I just had to push it back. And then maybe that it's pushed back, I'll scale it up a little bit more now. And then slide it to the side. And then we'll need to adjust the mask accordingly. Actually, I'm not going to scale it up. It's because it just dances around a little bit too much, where I'm noticing it climb up the side of the mountain. I don't want to mask that part out because it does have a good motion to it. I just would rather have its motion complete before it gets there. So I'll keep scaling it down. Cool. Let's go ahead and just take a look. That is looking pretty sweet. Oh wow, yeah. I'm just looking for errors now. Any problems? That is pretty sweet. All right, next thing I want to do is play with this parameter inside of that footage where we mask out the new footage, which is where? The fantasy footage. I'm just going to go to the fantasy footage and just play with the colors a little bit. I want to push that vibrance a bit more in that realm. So I'm going to make it a little more vibrant in those colors. Reduce the opacity of the mountainside plane tracked lighting so you can see the lightning bolts better. Why are the mountains green? Great question. It has to do with I used a hue and saturation to change the ground to be purple, but it's at the cost of changing this to this greenish yellow. And so, yeah, that is why they are green. I can try to tune I can probably use a color mask or a filter isolation to kind of grab all those colors and tint it something else. I'd honestly prefer it to be blue. That's what I was trying to do earlier, but green was close enough for me. But now that you bring it out, I'll probably maybe go that route. So we are live streaming onto YouTube right now, and yeah, we're just kind of teaching. It's been many hours. I think we started around 10 o'clock, and it's now almost 1. We got this opening particle thingy, and then now it's starting to play with some of the colors in the vibrance channel. But I guess, you know what, I'll stray away from that for now, because I'll do a final color correction at the end of everything. But let's see if there's a way that we can maybe isolate the hills to not be that color. And then what did you say? You said reduce the opacity of the mountainside plane tracked lighting so you can see the lightning bolts better. I mean, I feel like I can see the lightning bolts pretty well here. I think it's a lot more clear on my end, but I mean, I can totally see the lightning bolts coming off of it on the side here for me. And we get our distortions in there. Okay. Thank you, Buna. All right, so what I want to do next is something. Oh yeah, I want to fix those hills. So let's jump into there. Right now the hills are greenish yellow, and it's not by choice. It was just like it's just how, I don't know. It's just how it is. So what I'm going to do to try to fix this is throw an adjustment layer on the whole thing. adjustment layers are cool because they affect everything underneath it. And in the adjustment layer, I'm going to use a new tool called Lumetri Color. Different than Luma keying, this is like a color correction powerhouse. And they did add some more enhanced keying features for color isolation. So I'm going to go to the HSL secondary and go to correction. And then we can correct a color key. So let's say I want a color like, I've got to choose the color. So I'm going to say this green color is the problem. And I want to maybe remove this color. And then, I don't know, I haven't used this tool much. So let's see what happens if I play with the color temperature. Oh, wow, it's really simple. You can totally isolate. Oh man, that's so simple. You can totally isolate the color and play with the tint. Wow, this is way easier. This is a new feature they added to After Effects recently, and I just haven't played with it yet until right now. So you can literally grab a color, remove a color. I'm going to remove this color here and see if we can maybe push that around. Yeah, I'll make these blue because in my head I wanted them to be blue, but I didn't think there was a way to do that. But there totally is. I'm excited to see that. If I go to the refine, we can also blur this gradient out, which is cool. And then we can also denoise it with AI. Gotta love AI and the future of creative tools. Got some color tinting in there. I might play with the contrast, the tint. Oh, I can make the mountains purple. I'm gonna keep them blue. We can sharpen the mountains? No way. Oh my goodness, you can sharpen colors back there. That's so cool. And then there's a saturation knob. Okay, so you can desaturate it or saturate it. Got it. Okay, so that's simple. They have a color correction color wheel. I kind of just want to add 3 Lumetri colors to isolate all the green values and then change them. Please say hi to Sidesh. Hello, Sidesh. Welcome. Welcome to either YouTube or on Instagram, because that's where we're streaming both as we speak. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this Lumetri color and duplicate it. And on this one, I'm going to grab a different shade of green, and poof, it makes those areas blue. Nice. Awesome. And then, let's just do the same thing again. I'm going to duplicate it and then choose another shade of green. Cool. And made those bluish. Awesome. And let's duplicate it again. I'm really scared that this is going to crash. And we do have a good computer now, but there's a lot of effects on top of this footage. Let's grab that green there. Awesome. Let's see, what's add color? I don't even know what that means. Whoa! So you might be able to do this all in one go, it seems. I maybe don't need to make a new copy every time. That is good to know for the future. Cool, so now I got this purple planet. I love it. And now that means we can change our gradient, our haze layer, which I made yellow only because I couldn't find a way of blending it before. But now we can. So I'm going to look through my layers for the haze, wherever the haze lives. I don't know why I can't see it right now. I don't see my haze layer. That's the sky. There's the haze. So I only made that yellow because I needed to blend it with the greenish yellow hilltops. But now we could probably get away with making it a nice blue color or something. Ooh. Actually, it looks like we still kind of need to have a lighter color there because the edge of the hilltop is not perfect. So I guess I still do need to add a haze, but maybe instead of it being like such a harsh yellow and green color like we had before, we might be able to get away with a blue tint instead. Replace that brownish midtone with some cooler color or more purple on the midground mountain foliage. Brown color. Those lavender peaks look great. Yay! What did you say? I'm confused. Oops. Let me read what you said one more time. You said, replace that brownish midtone with some color or more purple on the midground mountain foliage. Oh, like this kind of stuff, right? This stuff's kind of brown. Some of the foliage in the middle of the screen is brownish. I see what you mean. Yes. Let's see if, yeah, maybe this adjustment layer can handle that as well. I'm going to go ahead and grab another color to add to the system. Grab that brownish color. Looks like it didn't do much there. Let me try it again. Let's make another Lumetri color parameter. I'm going to go to the HSL correction keys and try to isolate another set of brown colors that you're seeing. Actually, it came out purple on my end. It thinks those are purple. I guess it's like a relationship issue. Having troubles grabbing a wider set of colors in there because it's they're really muted. Oh, there we go. Oh wow, that was an accident, but we just turned all of them red. That's really cool. Does that work in video? Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Wow, we can totally change the shot. That's that's pretty special. Um, Let me try another one. Wait, I don't know what I did that on. I don't know where I did that change. I mean, this is kind of cool in its own right, but it's not what I was going for. It says this is insane, this tool. Yeah, it is. I have not used it yet. Oh, I see. It's using additive color. Wait, no. Actually, I don't understand. Let me grab the bush. Oh, wow. That's cool. Wow, it's super isolated. That's so nice. You can like really art direct where you want color to live in your shot. And that's cool that they give me the option to blur it. So right now I have no blur, but I can blur it if I want it to kind of be more gradual. I kind of like this red planet thing going on here. Um, Only problem is I don't know how to refine it. Oh, I found the refiners. He said, yes, this is the hard way version of chroma keying. Ah, gotcha. Okay, I see it now. So it looks like you can choose a color frequency and then manipulate that color. So I don't understand it exactly, but I'm clicking around to see, whoa, what happened? Okay, so it looks like that means the magentas were impacted by my decision. So this is expanding magentas, this is reducing magentas. I don't like how it shows that mask in black and white, so I'm gonna just turn off show mask. And then see that real time. Okay, so I see. Wow, this is a very sophisticated tool. The masks are very advanced. This is like using a depth API to calculate where the correction should go. That's nice. That's the future. That is definitely a part of the future. After Effects, staying with the times. Cool. All right, I like this thing. I don't like how the galaxy just turned orange. Did not want that. What if I go to saturation? No. What is this? There we go. So I reduced it from the galaxy in the, I used the S value to reduce it up there. Because otherwise, if we have the S value, the saturation value. So I'm going to take less saturated things and make sure that they don't get touched. Okay, cool. Wow. Learn something new every day, right? The sky is going to be amber in color. Amber. What color is amber? I don't know why I don't know that. Amber color. Google says amber is this golden looking yellow. No, I wasn't gonna do that. But are you suggesting that we have an amber color sky? Is it possible to mask the galaxy? Yes, I mean I added that galaxy separately. So that galaxy lives. So yeah, I have like a blue tint up there that we can take away and add. I have a purple tint up in the corner. I have a sky haze. We have the galaxy as its own entity. So your idea, Ibrahim Buna is saying, is it possible to mask the galaxy? How so? What would you like to? What do you want masked on the galaxy? Because it's all, yeah, it's highly. This is super customizable. We can move the galaxy if we wanted. I try to put it as like a point of interest, but what's your idea that you have here for the galaxy element? Ooh, I'm seeing some problems with that color correction tool. It's mostly because the shot's lighting changes because I was using auto features, so it's going to kind of jump around, which is not going to look great. I wasn't previewing this in motion, so let's see what it looks like. I mean, it's okay. It's a little flickery, little flickering like, but I'm not disappointed with it. And it looks like we'll probably need to change the undercolor. So I had a layer hidden in here that I lost. Let me see, which one was it? That had like a purple ground, so that it like cheated its own death. I don't see it right now, but I'm just going to add it. Follow page 97 says, wouldn't you just add another one of the earlier frames? I guess so. Ibrahim Buna says, because you tried to apply some color correction via a chroma tool, but the galaxy color turned to a color that you didn't like. Oh, I see what you mean. I like the galaxy color now. Yeah. But what I don't like are these holes. So I'm going to patch them. I'm going to patch these holes with a solid. So I'm going to create a new solid. A new solid. And we'll fill it with the closest color, that purple. And good. Now we have a little patch of purple Band-Aid. I'm going to push that purple Band-Aid underneath this half of the frame. I'm going to move this below. And now we kind of patch those holes. Oh, patch comes too high. It's going to bring that down a little bit. Make sure no one sees the patch, the little Band-Aid solution to bad compositing. I know I'm not sure if I'm liking the way the chroma key's looking actually across the animated frames. It looks great on the still frames, but because it's a chroma key, its value is going to change if the hue, saturation, and lightness of the image change, because its threshold is tied to those values. So if the frame changes, I don't want to be animating the threshold per frame. That's not fun at all. So we might need to reconsider tinting uh, the sky. I might need to reconsider turning those green or turning those blue, because I can't isolate the color that way. So I guess we're back to where we were. It was fun. It was fun while it lasted, but I'm back. I'm back to where I'm at because it flickers too much. Luma key. You could add more Luma keys. The thing is, the frames change so dramatically that it's like I don't want to keep adding Luma keys. Are you using full body quality for the preview? Unfortunately, yes. I shot this on an iPhone, not even in 4K. This is just 1080p footage. In hindsight, I'll shoot this next time in 4K on the iPhone and probably in 60 frames per second, and then we'll have more flexibility of color corrections. But asking to change the sky, to change the background color of 1080p footage without artifacting is not an option. Those are mutually exclusive things. You can't shoot something in low quality and then ask it to produce high quality results. Actually, I take it back. You can do that with AI now, but I can't. I can't here. I can't do that here. So I'm gonna unfortunately lower it. I did like the lighting situation, but it's just too. It's not feasible for me. All right, so I'm just gonna lower the haze a little bit. So it's just kind of like some white light coming off of the planet. All right, I want to see it in context. So let's go back and see the portal open up and then running through that. So I'm going to expand the render frame zone, the preview zone, and just go ahead and render these out. So we're just going through frame by frame here, just buffering it out in memory so we can see it in higher quality. I did like the blue mountains, but again, I didn't like the chroma key method. I mean, we could draw a mask. No, I don't want to do that. It's going to be tedious. Okay, cool. This looks sweet. Look at that. Oh yeah, this is fun. I'm reinvigorated. All right, so this is all, again, without any of this fully CG elements yet. We're still only doing 2D compositing, color correction, match moving. The green mountain is okay, says Abraham Buna. Okay, then I'll keep the green mountain. But in my heart, I know it's a different color, but I can't deal with it right now. I'm trying to think of another workaround in my head, but I can't think of a good one. Cool. Well, I think we're at a pretty good start to, what I wanted to achieve today. This is fun. We'll have to start thinking about sound design. And so now what I'm going to do is go to Instagram and read some of the comments of what they wanted to see happen in CG here, and then see what is possible. Oh, let me hide my messages. Go to the DMs. Oh no, not the DMs. I want to go to the actual thing. So this is what I posted on Instagram earlier today. I said, comment what AR and VFX you think we should add to the shot. Oh, you can't see what I'm seeing. It's over here. Sorry. On Instagram. We're live on YouTube right now, so I assumed you could see it. All right, so here's some of the comments. I pinned some of my favorite ones. So dinosaurs. I do want to see dinosaurs in here, personally speaking. Your skin is blue, like your avatar. I'm so down with the blue skin. So yeah, dinosaurs would be cool. Epic voice guy. By the way, this is literally epic voice guy. You know the voice that you hear in movies? That's like, in a world. That's him. His name's John Bailey. He's a great human. He's literally the epic voice guy. And epic voice guy says, we should have dinosaurs. He said, like running on the trail ahead of you or coming down from the skies. Yeah, I'm not kidding. That's literally, look, you can look him up. Look up epic voice guy. He just did the thing for free guy. He's been the voice for Ryan Reynolds on many things. He's done Deadpool. Yeah, I'm not kidding. He's super cool. He's a friend of Keenan's, and he's a good human, and really and he's got a lot of talent. We got someone says here we should do let's see, asteroid falling from the sky. I guess we kind of put a planet, in there. Not really an asteroid. Let me see. Maybe there is an asteroid inside of here that could be kind of fun. Let me go ahead and look at if there's any pre-keyed elements of an asteroid. ASTROID, asteroid. Oh wow, there are asteroids. What do you know? Oh wow, we could have an animated one. We can have one streak across the sky. Oh my God. We can have one that destroys your day. Look at that. That would be so depressing. It is kind of cool though. Wow, they have a lot of asteroids in here. I kind of like it. Let me just see what would happen if we put an asteroid in here. That was from EJ iDesign. He's creative director of School of Motion. Really cool creative educational work they do there. Let me go ahead and bring that footage in. Let's jump into that world here and jump into that realm. Let's see what would happen if we have a meteor strike, an asteroid. There it is, meteor to ground. And then I'm going to grab one of the elements here. So this is our galaxy. Where's our galaxy? There's our galaxy. I'm going to duplicate the galaxy and temporarily replace it with the meteor. All right, and then let's move this meteor into scene and rotate it and just see what is possible. We have it on screen. Let me set this to normal for a second. Okay, let's put the meteor up there and do that kind of thing. And let's just see what would happen. Pretty depressing. See. Oh wow, yeah, that's a bad day. um, oh, it's Loki vibes. You're right. Let me see how they did the color correction on Loki for their asteroid. Let me see. Loki asteroid. Loki asteroid. Is it not an asteroid? Or it was more like a planet falling. It was a planet destruction. You see their meteors. Do 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 do. Bow, bow, bow. Love these colors. Okay, and you get. I can't really see it. I'll eyeball it. I mostly just need a color corrected to my own scene, not Loki's scene, but I like that idea. So, yeah, maybe there's a meteor. I mean, what the heck? That'd be kind of funny. More depressing than funny, but um, I don't know. It kind of works. Oh, I moved it too far. I saw the tipping point. Elamelons. Okay, sorry. I gotta stretch my back a little bit. Okay, meteor. All right, so to get the meteor to color correct and to feel like it's in there, first off, I'm going to put it behind the haze. If I can find the haze layer. Where's the haze layer? Is there no haze? Did I delete the haze? I lost the haze. I mean, actually, no, I see the haze is in there. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Apply color correction on the meteor. Oh, definitely. Yeah, this is. Um, yeah, it was a moon. It was the moon in Loki. A moon was falling. Yeah, let's do some color correction. So we could use Lumetri color. Yeah, let's just use Lumetri color. What am I talking about? That's going to be great. So first off, um, you want to match the highest highlight and the with your environment. So we'll go to our basic corrections, and in the basic corrections, I'm going to play with the exposure. Maybe bring the exposure down a little bit, and then I'm also going to decrease the contrast so that we get a little bit more gray values into there. So just decrease the contrast. And then for the shadows, let's see. Yeah, something like that. Saturation, I'm going to desaturate it a little bit. For HSL, let's actually let's go to creative and then I'll just tint it. Or I'll just do a saturation here. What if it's blue? Ooh, that's a good idea. Hello, sir. Is this an actual cat on your head? No. Or yeah, it is if you believe in AR. Um, yeah, it's a nice cat. Okay, so let me just take a look at that real quick, just to get a rough idea. Pretty sweet. Sorry, my arm is kind of killing me. Cool. So that's a thing. Possibly a meteor strike here. I'm more just like entertaining the idea. I don't know if I'm gonna do that for sure yet. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on in the shot. And of course, camera shake and sound design and you know, sorts of stuff would have to follow this if we go that route. What do you happen to be working on right now? Oh, sorry. Right now we're working on making a two shot. So I filmed some stuff uh, the other day in the hills. So I was like hiking up, and I asked people, "What do you want to see in this world? What do you want to see in the scene?" And so what we're doing is I'm showing that process, that VFX process. So we did like 3D tracking. We got all this 3D data out of that shot, and then we started to merge the shots together with animation. So right now it's going to be hiking, and then a portal opens up, and then when you go inside the portal, all it's going to be a whole different reality in there. You know, you have the meteor strike happening. You have it's a whole nother world in there that you see in this portal. It's almost like a parallel universe. Yeah, so that's kind of where my head was at. And oh, there was a suggestion there that says, "What if the meteor was blue?" Yeah, let's take a look. That might be cool. Let's go to our meteor. There it is, and then let's make it blue. Hmm. I don't know if the blue shows up that well here, at least with my current settings. Let me turn off lumetri color for a second. Just playing with the hue saturation. I guess that's what blue would look like. I don't know if I'm feeling that. Also, let me see what happens if I had no hue and saturation. Then you just have a regular old meteor. That's kind of boring, actually. Um, yeah, I don't know what color to make the meteor. There's no blue values. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it can't really change the hue. Well, I mean, you don't need to have blue values to make to see blue, but it does help to. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. The universe. What a concept. The universe. You wouldn't want to put it into a tube. The universe. A universe is a lot like a hand. There's Tillman's crest. There's undiscovered worlds. Or we could make it yellow. Just make 10 push-ups and your arm will relax. Just make 10 push-ups. I wish that would work for me. I have nerve damage, my friend. I can't do that without some severe nerve pain. Unfortunately. That would be nice. But my nerves are in my arm and on my left half are always on fire. just like that meteor crashing into the planet. I cope with it with humor and art and meditation. And I try to control the variables that I can control. But I'm not going to do that because that will actually add more pain than reduce pain for me. All right, so I'm going to make this a little bit more purple and blue, and then take the green value, reduce the green, add some magenta to the thing. Let's see what that looks like. We kind of keep the fiery color. The blue looks weird though in there. Okay, I think this meteor is too much. It's just like, whoa. It just implies, a lot of destruction. I want to put maybe a meteor in here, but not this meteor. This one's just, it's too much. I'm happy we experimented with it, but no. So instead, we're going to go back and what could we do? Asteroid. And I'm thinking maybe we just do one of these like flybys. Oh, like this one. This one's nice and subtle. It splits into little parts. I love that. Let's try that one. So yeah, because it's a little too much for me to put this whole big old meteor in here. I do want one in the shot, but not that one. It's not that guy. It's not that guy. You're not that guy. All right, let's replace it. Boom, replaced. Awesome. And that one feels a lot better already. Just gotta change the angle a little bit. I kind of like how this one has a tint of like the sky atmosphere in there with the color correction added. Let's play with the colors. That's our green value. So I can make it more purpley. And then go to our blue value. Give it a little bit more blue in the shadows and the highlights. And go to the red value system. That looks good. Oh, thank you so much, Gavin. Oh yeah, look at that. Now you get this nice meteor that like then branches. Oh, that's so cool and terrifying, but more cool. Oh, then it disappears. Whoops. The fix for that is end it early. Let's see how it blends with the first shot. So we're running in the hills in Los Angeles when suddenly a portal appears. We dive into the portal and we discover an undiscovered world. In that world, parallel universe, we got an asteroid coming in and boom, it splits. And then you're like, oh no. And then it splits again. End the video with the meteor. Oh no, this is just the beginning. I'm gonna go ham with this. I need to add animals. I'm gonna add mythical animals in here. But those will be fully CG flying characters and stuff. Oh, this looks great. Yay, I love that. So we got our portal, we enter the portal, and then we have our meteor separated, go over the hillsides. Ah, yes. Zombies. But yeah, I mean, we could do those. I already have made the list though. I had a post on Instagram asking for people to share what they would like to see. And that is the list I'm pulling from at this point. And then making like a little adjustments to it. So here it is, Instagram. So cool, we got the meteor in there from iDesign, which is great. So meteor is added. And then let's see, got another one. Tyler says add a Charizard. Add an OG Charizard. You could be chasing the rabbit from Mario 64. Racing with a pet dragon, like How to Train Your Dragon. You're Ash chasing Pikachu. yourself being chased by yourself. A running partner would be sick. Some some kind of something creature jumps out of the bushes. A mountain bike with wheelies. A fox running. Imagine chasing after you. Sonic the Hedgehog rings. I kind of like the Charizard idea, or a dragon. Yeah, we could make like our own version of it. Like, what if there's a purple or is there a blue Charizard, or am I tripping? Let me take a look. Blue Charizard. I can't spell. Oh my goodness, there is a blue Charizard? I was just kidding. What generation Pokemon is this? It's a great idea, Cap. You said you can open up the same portal to make it loop. That's brilliant. Yes, we'll make it loop. Good call. I love that. Yeah, we can make it loop. That seems smooth. Oh, so many choices. Do I do the original Charizard? Let me ask YouTube. Shouldn't it be dark? Just change the hue and you get a blue Charizard. I like your spirit. The bright under haze looks weird. I know it looks weird. I can't find a way to remove it though. Well, I'm being dramatic. What I mean by that is that haze is in there because of a problem that is made by the keying out of the hillside like that. I'll show you. So if you zoom in, without the haze, the problem becomes really apparent. Let me hide the haze real quick. If I can find the haze, where is it? So many layers in here. Haze, where are you? There it is. So the reason why I added the haze is because look at this. Look at this, right? The edge of this. Look how, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the way it looks. The transition between it, because there's this little halo effect happening on the edges of the trees, and it just doesn't feel right to have it go from that straight to the background. So I added the haze to kind of mask that. I could decrease the height of the haze a little bit, but then we run into some other issues. So if I reduce the height of the haze, like if I move it, oh sorry, moved the wrong one. If we move the height of the haze here, I mean, we could do that. I don't know. I just didn't like how there's like a little halo of light coming off the top of the stuff. So I was hoping to kind of hide it. I was trying to hide it. I was trying to hide that edge problem with the trees and on the bottom. And the way I came up with was this. The other option would be to use a better masking technique. You can reduce the haze. Okay, I'll reduce it. Let me know what feels right to reduce the haze. So if I drop it down, this is a 50% haze versus the 100% haze. Welcome back. So this is 50% haze. Does this feel better? Or, I mean, I guess people are going to be seeing this on a phone screen, most likely. Does that feel better with the haze? V rare? Oh, very rare. 100% haze, but a little lower. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, let's try that. 100% haze. Let's go to our haze value. Where is the haze? This is the haze. There it is. So go to the haze. Let's do 100%. And then you said make it a little lower. So I'm going to grab the haze value, go to that end ramp, and then just make it a little lower. Whoa, what happened? I can just pull it down this way. How's that feel? For lowering the haze. So the halo is natural if something is bright on the other side. I know. I guess one option would be to move the galaxy. I like how that's an option. We could just move the galaxy. If we move the galaxy, to over here. You know, we could lower where the galaxy is, and that might justify the brightness. Or what if we just move the galaxy there and then hide it all together? No, I think we still need it. Yeah, I need the haze. I don't want the haze. I need the haze. I can do this. Maybe just moving the galaxy over here. Let's see how this feels. Yeah. Yeah. No? And then that gives a lot more interest to the meteor that comes across the screen. Um, and then shoots back behind the hillside. Oh, Chitesh Singh says, yeah, that looks good. Yay! All right, cool. Thank you so much. Helping me improve the quality of the work with feedback, as always. Just take a look. So we go into the portal. We're met with a galaxy right there, and then we see the meteor separate. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, sweet. Oh yeah, I definitely want to visit this place. I know it's chaotic with the the lightning and the galaxies and meteors, but it'd be fun to play there for like 10 minutes and then leave. Okay, cool. I love it. Let's save again. Cool. We got yes, it's good from Ibrahim Buna as well. Thank you so much for the support. Makes you run faster. Yeah, it does make you run faster. If the meteor's about to strike, talk about UI elements. What if your UI element was a meteor, and that meteor indicates something about your gameplay? In this case, um, you're gonna die. Okay. Add explosion sound effects. Oh, I'll be doing sound design last, not tonight. I'm mostly working on visual effects tonight. In fact, if it helps, I'll just kill the sound because I'm not even thinking about audio yet. My brain is only on the effects, visual effects at this point. I usually do sound design last because it's when like my image is locked down and I'm not going to be changing it too much. Then I'm happy to do sound design or have my friends help me with sound design. Okay. Yeah, but there's so much room for some good sound design. Like I imagine like a really low bass, like a little sound when it opens up the portal, and then like a buzzing sound when you pass between the dimensions, and then an atmospheric sound when you're inside the realm, and then the sounds of like vegetation and jungle kind of tune in, so it makes the whole space feel like it's alive. Um, that's kind of what I see in my head right now. Another thing I'm going to do is add some particles that emit off of the plants, almost like alien spores. And to save time, let's see if there's any particles that are already generated here in Footage Crate. Let's do particles. Oh, look at that. Plenty of particles. Particles for days. Particles. Particles. Oh, wow. I guess not so much. What do I? Not particles. I guess I'm looking for like embers, like little ember, like fireflies. Look at that, looping fireflies. It's actually not too hard to make in After Effects. We could just do it in there, but it will save time to use this asset here. Just looking through. I guess I kind of want more embers. Like it's like almost as if it is on fire, but it's not. I want it to be kind of slow embers floating up. This one looks pretty cool. Actually, this looks like fireflies. I'll just use this one. Let's just download the MOV. La la la, la la la, bring that together. So yeah, we're just gonna continue to add a little bit more life to the shot, bit by bit, and the result will be fun. Okay, let's get it tracked into here. So we need some stuff in front now. So that's where these trackers come in place. We got these trackers from earlier, and I'm gonna grab that blue tracker, for example, and duplicate it. And on the duplicate, we're going to replace it with our Footage Crate Fireflies. Where is that? Fireflies. Fireflies. I don't see it. Let me drag it in again. Oh, there wasn't imported yet. Okay, so we have our fireflies and we have our blue layer selected. I'm going to do Control Alt question mark to replace. It's a gigantic video, which is awesome. So it's 4K resolution. I'm going to angle this video clip upwards, or backwards, or upside down. I don't know what angle this is at. And then I'm going to rotate it forward, and then I'm going to move it up. Okay, cool. So now we got some fireflies. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? You see the fireflies? I'll add a glowing effect to them to make them pop more, but yes, in the mountain, there's one part in the video where the purple tree looks green in Portal. Oh, good eye. Let me see what you're talking about. You said there's one part in the video where the purple tree looks green in the portal. Purple tree looks green in the portal. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it with my eyes. I don't know what you're talking about at this moment. I don't see anything like that. He says, keep running, I'll show you. Okay, so keep running. Oh, this stuff. Ah, shoot. I don't want to fix that. I don't think the eyeball is going to be there. I'm just imagining this in like, I always try to think about how something's actually going to be viewed. I mean, that's going to be so not the focus of the shot because there's so much other stuff going on. I don't think anyone would notice that unless they're doing what we're doing here. It's like, you're right. Honestly, like if I was working on like another DreamWorks movie, when we do stuff, we do care about stuff like that on feature film when we like edit and go about it. But for me doing this one, I'm not a perfectionist, and that will just that's a lot more tedious to fix than you might think because I'm looking at how the chromatic aberration was happening on there. That's going to be a nightmare to fix. So instead, what I do is I'll distract the eyeball by directing the attention somewhere else. That's my secret. You can fix that with the first portal. Exactly. We can have a. I'll just have another portal appear, or I'll just or I'll put a character right there. You know what I mean? I can have a fairy floating in front of it who happens to be glowing green, and then it justifies the green that appears there. You know what I mean? I'll just cover it up. I'm not gonna fix it though. Too much extra work. More fireflies. Oh, you got it. Yeah, we're just getting started with the fireflies. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot more fireflies. I just want to first kind of get the first pass of them here, and I'm gonna add a stylized glow effect. Glow. Stylized glow. To get them glowing even brighter with a larger radius and more intensity. Is it doing it? There we go. And then increase the glow threshold. No, it's not doing it. Huh, it looks like the threshold is not all that strong. I don't really see it. Oh, there it is. Let me see it without it. Oh, that definitely makes them brighter. Okay, so now we got some glowing fireflies. Right now they're pink, or they're yellow. I'm going to think about making them pink or blue or keeping them yellow. Haven't decided yet. So it's going to throw on a hue saturation effect on here. Put a dragon over the plant, says Jitesh. It'll hide it. You can fix that. You can fix that with first portal mask. Yes, of course, that is a good idea. Use the deep glow plugin. Oh, I don't have deep glow. I use stylized glow. Deep glow would probably be better. If that's a thing, it sounds like it's better. Um, go ahead and play with the colors. So we have green fireflies here. We could also play with blue fireflies. What? Let me see. Do blue fireflies make sense? I kind of like it with blue fireflies. I mean, that's pretty cool. What do you think? Blue fireflies? I'll put a lot more, but I'm first just trying to make the first pass, because then I'll just copy and paste the result. So that's blue fireflies. Let's keep playing with the color slider. What about... Yellow's going to stand out the most, though, to be honest, just because of contrast. Purple and yellow are pretty far away from each other on the color wheel. Right now, it's Lakers themed. You said blue. Use the deep... Oh, you said cool with the blue or cool with the yellow? Maybe I'll go cyan, where it's like almost green. You know, then there's like... Then it kind of gets an aspect of yellow, but it doesn't... It's not yellow, because I kind of want this to feel like we're on another planet. So we got that one here. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate that now. And with the duplicate, we push it forward, back, rotate it, twist it around different angles and stuff. And this creates the illusion that there is a lot more stuff going on. So now we have two of them, two sets of fireflies. And then what I do is I offset their timing. So just by offsetting timing, it creates a lot more variation in an animation. And then we only want the fireflies to appear after the portal opens up, otherwise it destroys my illusion. There we go. Cyan. Use complementary colors for contrast. It has very less contrast. Yeah, so these are... I was going complementary at first with the yellow, but then someone said it has a Lakers theme, and I don't really want to do a Lakers theme. I kind of want more of an alien theme going on here. So, with that feedback, I went with this cyan color. It's like a cyan, green, indigo kind of look. Is that feeling right, or is it off? Is it missing the mark? Because I don't know. How can you miss the mark in surrealism? That's a good point. You can't. Use complementary color. Oh yeah, so I mean we can mix and match. They can have different species. I'm gonna have lots of different stuff going on in there. So right now we just have a nice little particles dancing inside the portal. That's really fun. I might even want one more layer deep of the whatever those are. Check out this account. There are quite a lot of inspiration. Ooh, what account? Let me hear it. They look like bioluminescence. Ooh, they do have a bioluminescence vibe. Look at that. All the particle thingies. I love it. It's fun. Yeah, they're like, yeah, they're tripping me out. Fun fact, I've never done drugs. No intention. I mean, I see the stuff in my head without the drugs. I don't want anything to change that. Not today, not ever. Cool. That looks pretty sweet. I like this. We got some questions coming up, which is basically aliens. You're right. This is aliens. I'm hoping that in our lifetime we find alien life, and I'd be happy, honestly, if it's just like a beetle. If we find like a little bug on another planet, I'll be like aliens, and then be happy. Be sweet if it has intelligent life, but I'm more betting on like finding some bacteria. Come on, bacteria lives in everything. There's got to be at least one bacteria that was not from Earth that's out in space somewhere. And I think that would be pretty sweet. Oh, you said check out in the DM. Okay, you sent me something in the DM. Let's take a look at what Buna has sent in the DMs. We have an account. It's a Twitter account. Spheroid Universe. Oh, I know them. I got them mad, actually, 2 years ago. They got upset at something I posted. Awkward. Well, I do like their stuff. Yeah, they have a total surrealism vibe. Oh, that's cool. They have like a giant breathing fire here. They have a shark that's panting on a rock. Oh, nice. So they repost a lot of stuff. I'm going to follow them. I actually haven't followed their Twitter account. That's cool. I like that inspiration for future projects. Thank you, Buna. You are from space. I am from space. We're all made of star stuff. That's true. We're already aliens. We got a question. Who is this? Who is this? I am me. All right, so let's save this. Next thing I saw on there, let's go back to Instagram and get some more feedback loops from the chats. Motorcycles, some coins. I'm trying to do all the 2D stuff first because I'm in After Effects right now. A dragon flying in the canyon. This reminds me of Breath of the Wild. Feroche. That's pretty cool. Sonic rings like Sonic, puddles, hurdles to jump over. A big mouth eating the trail. Sonic rings. Collecting pizza slices to use as throwing stars at a massive shredder shooting laser head when you reach the top of the mountain. That's freaking awesome. That's its own adventure. You got the whole idea out there. Phil X Win. That's awesome. Godzilla. Classic. A portal into a galaxy and then back out. All right, so we definitely went with this route. Let me see. What did I respond to them? I said, whoa, this would be so fun. Yeah, okay, so creations by demand. We definitely went with your route on this one. And reply to them and say, this is what we are doing. Post. Okay, and then Crash Bandicoot boxes and a mask. Oh, that'd be fun. That's in the 3D stuff. Dwarfs hiding everywhere, make a yellow brick road, and have Oz stuff pop up everywhere. Glenda's flying around. Snakes. Make some crumbling building something nautic. Heads up display, lighting the path where you run. I kind of like that. The first rally the car, a raccoon companion cheering on your progress. That's awesome. Sonic the Hedgehog, unknown creature coming behind the mountain, meeting a grizzly, a slightly transparent avatar of yourself to have as a pacer showing the pace from your former runs. That's really practical. Meteors falling from the sky. Yes, we're doing that. We did that. Rally, co-pilot. Okay. Dragons. Should we do a dragon? Or a Charizard? It's one or the other. What are we feeling? We feeling Charizard or dragon? Oh my god, it's 1:30. But I still have energy. I mean, if I end the live stream now, I'm just gonna watch One Piece, the anime. I love One Piece. It's a great anime. I'm not tired, but I do think I should sleep. Okay, Jesh Singh says dragon in all caps, or not all caps, a lot of N's following the dragon. Dude, what was the inspo account Buna just mentioned? Oh, sorry. The account that Buna just mentioned is on Twitter, and it is. I'll zoom in. You can just screenshot here. You can just screenshot. It's AR_spheroid. Yeah, go ahead and screenshot that for later. Cool. Hopefully you got that. And then yeah. So you're saying dragon. So okay, I'm feeling like not modeling a dragon right now. I'm feeling like finding a rigged dragon on Sketchfab. Let's see. I might repaint it though, but let me see. Sketchfab. Let me log in to Sketchfab, my Sketchfab account. Log in with email. I mean, I normally am happy to model stuff, but it's 1:30 and I want a dragon. 3D design problems. Let's do a dragon. I might rig it though. DRA, dragon, dragon. Dragon. Sort by. Is there a free option? Licenses. All-time categories. I'm not making money off this, which is the good thing. Oh, that's a pretty dragon. Excuse me. Ooh, this one's pretty too. They're all looking pretty great. Enchanted dragon. Oh, this one's a paid one. Looking for a free option. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Spyro is so cool. Ooh. Is it paid? What is this? Loading 3D model. Check that option. Downloadable. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. This one's already animated. Oh, wow. I'll repaint it. I don't like the paint on this. I mean, I like it for what they did here for theirs, but I would want to change it. Let me see, what is the data that this is? This is it was published 6 years ago. I don't see a download option. Dang it. I don't see a download option. Follow triangles. Oh, more model information. Inspect the 3D model. Downloadable size. Oh, it's an FBX. That's great. Bonefinger, the Undead Dragon, flight animation, rig and animations by me, model and texture by Alan McDonald, note testing animation scale for polygon sorting. Where's the download button? Oh, you said it's not downloadable. Dang it. Okay, you're right. Let me check the downloadable option that you were talking about. We said dragon. Search for that under filters. Downloadable. Thank you. Yeah, so then we won't run into that issue. I should have had that checked before. Oh, it's a paid one though. How much? $50. Let me see. How good is the animation? It's pretty good. Damn, that's really good. I love it. I don't have the time right now or the energy to do this animation. Oh, they even have the animation on the fingers. I was gonna be lazy and not even animate the hands. I was just gonna do the wings and have the legs and arms be little sticks. $50, $50, $50, $50, $50, $50. Thinking. Okay, if there's, I want maybe $25 might be my budget on this right now in my head, but I don't want to pay $50 for it. 49, 50, $10. Oh, it's not flying though. Dragon from Game of Thrones, old version, $50. Okay, is it flying though? No, it is a frozen model. I would have to animate that one. Undead dragon, battle dragon, blah 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 dragon, dragon flying. How much is this one? Loading 3D model. Check animated option. Oh, that's a good call. Oh wow, there's a little guy riding on it. Cool, cool. Oh my goodness, this one's downloadable. Let's just download it. It's 7,000 triangles, 4,000 vertices, not a problem. This model is free with attribution. Okay, I'll credit them. Dragon Flying by Norberto 3D is licensed under Creative Commons. This is the best option, and it's an Olympic cache, even better. Those work really well. Augmented reality for USDC. That's beautiful. Let me copy this credit information, and then I'm gonna tweet myself so I know to credit them. Oh no, I tweet spheroid. No. Discard. What's happening? I am reminding future Dawn to credit this artist. And I'll put a link. Oh, I just put a link to the Sketchfab thing. What am I doing? Share. Copy. Cool. I'll remember it now because it's a tweet, and I can just click on there, and I'll get back to the model, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Memorized. All right, so let's download this thingy, this character. I'm gonna go to the download 3D model. I'll download the Alembic cache. If they had an FBX, that would have been better, but I will work with the Alembic cache. So we'll download that. The other option is to download the GLTF version. GLTF is great in AR, but it's horrible in any other format. So it's not fun to bring into other programs. So I'm going to bring these two dragons into whatever we're working on here. Yeah, we're going to bring the dragons into here. And then I'm going to try to convert the GLTF to an FBX. That would be a dream come true. Let me see if if a site can do that. Convert GLTF to FBX. Free online. Let's see. Is it a virus? Batch convert GLTF files to FBX online. It is a secured site. I don't see a lot of ads. I don't see any intention to do malice. Okay, I trust it. Kind of. Enough. I trust it enough. Let's drag this. Let's choose a file. I'm going to grab the AR concept. Oh, I didn't extract it though yet. So let's extract the AR concept. Extract all. Open in Blender and then export to FBX. Oh, that's even better. No viruses at all. That's true. But wow, so you can do that in Blender? Okay, I'll just do that. Good call. Blender. Do I even have it installed? I never use Blender. Oh my goodness, I don't have it installed because I don't use it. I'm just gonna do it online here. But you're right, that would have been a better option. Good call. Don't do this. Just use Blender. Just use Blender. Error. Good old error. How to convert GeoTIFF to FBX. You try it one more time. Okay, let me just work with the Alembic cache then. I didn't want to do that, but don't really have an option here. Okay, so we'll move into the next phase briefly. Maybe we'll just get the dragon in there. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to light the dragon, but we'll do something. We'll do something here. So what I'm going to do is save the project, which we have. And then what we're going to do is export this video as a sequence of images. Yeah, so I'm going to do that now. I'm going to go to File, Export, Add to Media Encoder Queue. I know, I'm sorry, I don't have Blender. I don't use it on this new computer. I haven't had a need, but now I do. So we might have to do that. I might do that. I'm going to save this as a PNG sequence because those sequences are pretty cool. They store a lot of data. If you want the highest quality, you would go TIFF or EXR, but this is just like a temp thing that I like to throw in. So I'm just going to call this temp because we're going to do our final composite in After Effects again. So that we will be going a little back and forth. And I'm just going to start rendering out every single frame of the effect version with all the tracking. I'm going to save this out as a sequence of images. So this is just going to go through and render out every frame as a photograph, really, as a PNG. And then we can easily bring that sequence of PNGs into our 3D programs of choice to help us understand scope and scale. Meanwhile, we're going to open up Cinema 4D. So yeah, let me go to that. So this Cinema 4D file has all of our tracking data because we did that earlier. maybe 3 hours ago. Oh wow, how many hours have we been at this? We started at 10 p.m. really, and now it's 1:30 a.m. 11, 12, 1. Oh, it's just 3 hours. It's not that bad. Okay, and then great. So here is our data of our camera movement in space, and you can see that this is all tracking out pretty well. So what I'm going to do now is see if we can just bring in that Alembic cache of the dragon flying. I forgot which one it was. Let's try this one. Looks like it's a larger file size. It's probably the Alembic cache file inside there. Textures, cool, source. There it is, Alembic cache, ABC. We're going to drag that ABC data into Cinema 4D. It gives you some options. I'm going to just leave all that and hit OK. And then let's just see, does this play back nicely? It does. Oh, looks like the live stream ended on Instagram. That's fun. I guess I'll share that to Instagram TV. Oh wow, they have a new View Insights button. They add it before you submit. That's kind of cool. Let me see View Insights. Oh wow, that's new. Okay, and then you can download the video right there. But we have this live stream here on YouTube, so that's what I'm sticking with. I guess I'll share it to IGTV. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I'll hit next. I can decide this later. We won't post a preview of it. I'll just say VFX. Full video on YouTube. Period. Better audio, full screen, and shortcuts included. Period. Cool. So that's on Instagram now. I'll leave that there. And now we're just here on YouTube. Just you and me. Here we go. All right, so we got this nice looping animation. It looks good. We have, what is this, 51 frames? What is the whole thing? Okay, so it is 51 frames. And I forgot, how do I loop that at the end? Oh, that's cool. We've got all the objects separated out, which is pretty sweet. Okay, that's good. All good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I forgot how to loop this. Let me go to animation. Oh, wow. I don't even see the baked keyframes. What do I do? How do I loop Alembic cache? I might need to Google this on, can I loop .abc animation in Cinema 4D? To get started, create looping Cinema 4D motion tutorials. Oh, they use the motion tweener. Ah, that's a cool way of doing it, but I don't see any keyframes. Hmm. This will kind of work, but I don't remember how to loop it because I don't see any keyframes. So what I'm going to try to do is grab all these objects and then right click on them and choose bake, bake as a limbic and delete. But I'm also going to set this back to the original. So this was 51 keyframes. I'll right click on here and do bake as a limbic plus delete. Okay, let's see, did that break something? Looks like it's still working. And then, how do I see it down here? Go to functions, bake objects. I'm going to try to bake all parameters, not create a copy, and hit OK and see what happens. Okay, cool. So now we've baked all of this as keyframe data, and now we can loop it really smoothly. Great. Yeah, so now we can loop it. So I'm going to do something about this. I don't know. I'm going to grab all of this stuff and put it underneath a null object. So now this null object should hold everything. And then I can copy this data, bring it into our motion tracked data. Okay, now we got a tiny little dragon and it is flying in there. It looks good. Now, because it's in a null object, we can grab it and manipulate it, and we're all okay. We're not losing, we're not scaling anything oddly. It's all going to work out pretty smoothly. And now we can kind of work on the scale of this thing. So I'm going to scale it up. And now we got a dragon that will track nicely, but it's not looping. So let's get it looping by going to our keyframes and see if I can find the null in here. I don't see the null, so let me grab the, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I guess we could just take all of the keyframes. They have a tool in here called the F-curve function cycle. Motion system might be helpful here. Let me see if I can select all the keys and then go to function. There's one I like to use called cycle. Forgot where it is though. Cycle, where are you? There it is, cycle. Oh, it's under key and cycle. And then I'm going to tell it to cycle maybe 5 times. And that will loop it, I think. Yay! Oh no, it didn't work. Dang it. Okay. Let's try this again. Maybe let me try to loop it in here first, where all the data started. So I'm going to extend the duration of this to 400 keyframes. We've got all this Alembic cache data baked out. And then I'm going to grab all of those keyframes. Actually, let's expand this even higher. Grab all those keyframes. We could copy it and paste it manually, but I don't want to do that because it uses up a lot of memory. If we use the F-curve, if we use the key cycle, it doesn't add a lot of memory at all. So let me hit offset. Maybe that's the trick. Nope, freezes. Okay. All right, I guess let's just add a lot of memory. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Weird. It really freezes, huh? I actually don't know what's going on there. It's all point level animation. Okay, let's try the motion system. I don't use that enough. So I'm going to go to animate and choose our add to motion clip. And it's got all that good stuff. Hit OK. I'm converting the dragon to FBX. It's taking too much time. Yeah, it's some heavy stuff. Don't worry about that, but I appreciate it. That's kind of you to get that dragon there. I'm just gonna copy this manually. This is another tool I like to use sometimes, but again, I haven't used it in a while, so try to remember. Cut, make transition, move keys, show in dope sheet, show in F curves, add compound motion clip. I think I want to add a compound motion clip, right? It's so strange. It's like frozen after that point. I don't know what that's about. I have the curves are in there, the data is in there. It just doesn't want to repeat. Let me look online how to loop Alembic cache in Cinema 4D. Loop Alembic cache files with Espresso. I don't want to use Espresso. Oh, someone does it in 2 minutes. Okay.
Inside of Cinema 4D. It's just an animation of 50 frames rotating around over and over frame. And if I play it now, it will repeat once more after the initial animation.
How?
Frame 0, go to frame 50, keyframe frame 50. So what I have is this animation looping over and over and over again for my whole document. And the way to do it right now would be to animate the start of animation value inside the Alembic object. So I'd go to frame 49, keyframe frame 0, go to frame 50, keyframe frame 50, and if I play it now, it will repeat once more after the initial animation.
Okay.
That's alright if your animation is just, I don't know, 50 frames or 100 frames and you only need 2 loops, then that's fine. But if it's 10 frames or even less, it's quite a tedious work.
Just delete the frame where they
So let's get rid of those keyframes and import this null object with some Expresso attached to our project. And if we have a look inside, it's really basic setup.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
And
so what are you saying? You're saying go to the last keyframe and delete it. So if I delete this keyframe here, or I don't even know if this will work. Yeah, because these are, yeah, even that's not doing anything. What if I move this data? It's weird, like it really stops after 51 frames. It just doesn't want to animate. What happens if I move this? Oh, look at that, it's still animating and then it's still gonna freeze. I'm so confused. I don't know what it's doing. I have no idea what it's doing. Let me see if I can maybe export this as an FBX from here and save the tracks and the vertex cache. I don't know. I don't know what this is doing. No idea. So let's just try to open up a new project. This is some weird problems on the file. And then let's go to our dragon flying. Bring in the FBX file. Dang, so it totally broke everything. All right, so whatever I did to import this was incorrect. I don't know what data it's using to animate because I don't see anything in here. I see a bipedal human in there. I see all these objects that have an unlock sign on them. I don't know. Oh, what's this? Motion system. Oh. Automatic. Quaternion. Let me delete that. What does that do? Okay, so it still moves even without a motion system. What is this? Point, normal tag, UV tag, polygon selection. None of that helps. Some trouble. We might have to find a different dragon that's an FBX because I don't know. I don't see data that I can loop. Make the animation from the animation window after selecting the animated objects. Okay, let's try that. So grab all the animated objects, and then you said go to make the animation from the animation window. Okay, animation, and then don't see bake option from this window. Oh, function, sorry. Yes, I'll go to functions and then go to bake object. And then I'm gonna bake everything. Yeah, all parameters, clean tracks. hit OK. It says it's baking, and it says we have this data now. But if I move this data, it doesn't appear to change anything. Just pal. Just pal. Try what you're saying, just pal. So go to functions, bake object. Oh, we said just, oh, PLA. All right, let's do point level animation. Just pal. And then let's try that. It looks like, I don't know, let's see if that can work. Still frozen. Huh. Thank you for these suggestions, Buna. I'm not sure how to fix it though. Yeah, I don't know what this data is. Yeah, I think it's strange too. Yeah, because like this should be the data that's telling it to animate. I don't know what it's listening to. Let me try to re-import this, or maybe I'll try the USDZ file they gave. Yeah, because now there's no keyframes. Okay, yeah, by all means, give it a go. I'm gonna try the other file in the meantime. Here's the GLTF that I was worried. Yeah, see, I can't import GLTF. That was the problem I had before. Does he? Let me try their USDZ file. So many formats. So here's the USDZ file. This one doesn't have any animation. But what's cool is it did come with all the textures. That's nice. Helpful timing wise. Not helpful is not having the animation. It's like we need to split the difference here. Oh wow, this one doesn't even have bones. It just has morph targets. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Let me try my trick before. I think the best bet is if we can convert the GLTF to FBX online. I've done this before and I've had some luck. Grab that GLTF. It doesn't like it, and it doesn't like that. Okay. I don't have Houdini anymore. I feel like Houdini could do this. I didn't update the license. Dang. All right, I might find a different dragon because I mean that dragon's awesome, but I don't really want to spend a lot of time on this. Otherwise, I'd just be animating it myself on this end. So let's see if there's any other dragons that are flying. That could be cool. Downloadable dragon animated. Is there a format option? I'll just see it as they come. Oh, $10. That's within my budget. Oh, but it's not flying. It's just it's on the ground, terrestrial. Looking for an aerial dragon. Or do we spend money? 50 bucks on a dragon? I really want it to look really good if we do that. Let's see. Blender, GLTF, and USDZ. I don't want any of those anyway, so that one won't work. Let me search for FBX. No results. Okay. What to do? This one's $6. Oh, this one's not that bad. And it's an FBX. I'm down to purchase this. And if the other one works, by all means, I'll try to integrate it too. We can have multiple dragons. Yeah, I'm gonna buy this. Check out, accept. Now check out. Yep. Log in. And accept. There's a little fee. Processing. Says it's good to go. Purchase, and I can download it. I'm gonna choose the FBX. There it is. Awesome. I'm going to drag that FBX into the AR concepts, extract it, and then source. There's the FBX file. Cool. Let's drag that FBX file into the scene, and then we will be able to continue. Whew. Getting a little sleepy though. Cool. I love it. Looks clean, simple, it's clear, and I think I can copy these keyframes. So I'm going to go ahead and push the frames out and then take all this data and copy it manually here. Cool. So now we already got 2 wing flaps, 2. Just there's their loop there. Should I go over the last frame? I'll leave that space there, and then we'll copy this. All right, so we got our flying dragon. Yay. Cool. And then I'm going to group all of that data. Let's go a null object and then apply all of these to the null. and then we'll copy everything. And then we'll bring this into the tracked data. I'll get rid of this null object because that didn't end up working. And then we'll paste our new dragon. Then we'll grab our null object and increase the scale by maybe multiply it by 100. Awesome. And then we can take this null object and now animate this in space. We can rotate it, all sorts of cool stuff. Awesome. All right, that all worked. Yay. Yay. All right. Let's see what the energy level's like. It's 2 a.m. It's kind of late. Oh no, let's see. Redshift. Do we do Redshift yet? Or I do that last? I usually do that last. Okay. So let's go to standard here. I'm going to create a new background object. Yes, I found one. I paid for it. It was $6. It was worth it. I'll make it worth it. And then I got the animation looping, which I'm happy about. And now what we're going to do is replace the background. So I'm going to create a new material here and remove everything from it but color. And then we'll load in our image sequence. The image sequence will be for the all those keyframes. If I can find where I put, oh, did I put it under temp? Yeah. So I'm going to grab all those keyframes and hit open. And then we'll say no. And then I'm going to apply this as the background. And then we'll go to preview options and then go to viewport, set this to no scaling. And so now we can see our footage, but it's not animated yet. So we have to jump into the material, go to the color parameter, dive to the texture, go to animation, turn on extract, turn on, I forgot, range. And now I think it knows all the keyframes. We hit calculate. Okay, cool. Now it's got all the keyframes. And then under viewport, we turn on animation preview. And now we have our animation on top of our, on top of it. Looks like the camera movements are slightly different from each other though. Yeah, you see that? There might be two cameras in here and we need to fix that. Yeah, this looks like a very different camera movement. I've seen this happen before. Sometimes what it is the footage is off. So let me go back to the footage and play with the timing. I might have chosen the wrong thing. Let me try exact second. See if that fixed it. Oh, there it goes. Now it's fixed. Okay, that feels right. All right, so now we can start bringing the dragons and stuff in. So I'm going to first off start off hiding most of these. And we'll just kind of eyeball it. And then the dragon comes in right around here. So we'll grab our null object, which is a dragon, and just kind of place them around the sky and rotate them around. I'm just trying to see like the scale. I'll probably put the dragon further back and then also scale that dragon up. So right now it's 100 times larger. I want to maybe keep that up. Let's maybe make it 234. Oh, well, 234, 234, 234, 234. Awesome. That's looking good. Let's jump out of our camera for a second. Take a look at where our camera is in space. Okay, and then compare that to where the dragon is. Okay, that makes sense spatially. All right, now let's create a little path for our dragon to fly on. I'll just go in with a pen tool and just kind of create a little arc. And then with that pen tool, we're also going to change the arc height. Great, and then we'll choose the object modifier align to spline. So we'll go to object, spline. Oh no, it's a tag. Object tag, align to spline, and then we'll feed it this spline path. And then now we can animate the position of the dragon over that arc. And then, yeah, and then we'll just time it appropriately. Maybe right around there it comes in. Whoosh. I might change where it's heading though, and maybe push this line a little bit further back. Too fast. Way too fast. I want to slow that thing down a lot. Add a delay effector. A delay effector? What for? What do you mean? Decay? What do you mean? For what exactly? I'm a little confused. What do I need to delay? Where's the charts? Slow down the speed. Oh, if I need to slow it down, I will just I'll space out the timing of the keyframes of its start and end position. So I don't have to have it travel that distance. And turn off the ground plane. It's kind of distracting me. Here's the ground plane. Maybe I'll start it in maybe right around here. Enter the shot. we're just going to have it on a pretty linear movement to keep that speed consistent, to not have that acceleration and deceleration. So I'm just going to grab both these keyframes, right click, and set it to linear. That way we get a nice constant movement as if it's already been flying. Maybe I'll have it come in a little bit earlier. All right, so frame 203 is where it's really ending. And then what I'm going to do is just make sure that the spline here is out of the shot. Maybe I'll have it come towards us more. Right now it's coming at a pretty harsh tangent to the to our scene. Maybe if it comes from behind, then maybe it goes over the camera or something, might be kind of cool. It flies backwards. Let me see. How do I flip that? Oh, the axis. Let's do negative Z. Oh, there's not a negative. No. Why? No, that flips it. No, there's not a negative Z. Why isn't there a negative Z? There's always a negative Z. Ugh. Okay. Um, the option I have is stupid. I'm gonna just grab the points and just flip them around. Normally there's a negative Z, which flips a control one direction to the other. I don't see it in this case, so there's the option. Oh, now it's flying. Oh, I know. I need to start at the position tangent. So this one should start off at 100% and then end at 0%. And now we can get a drag in that. It is pretty fast. It's a little too fast. And it's at the height, so it makes sense. So let's raise the bar. That's pretty good. The harsh tangent is good with the explosion moment. Harsh tangent, harsh tangent, harsh tangent. What do you mean? When the meteor gets exploded, the dragon should have a harsh movement. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, I was kind of imagining the dragon is not by the meteor. I think the dragon's like the size of a horse in this example. Um, Also, I don't really like his rotation either. For some reason, it's just not doing it. Can I rotate when it's on tangent? Ah, I can't. No. Can I rotate this tangent? No, doesn't do anything. I guess I can only change the position because I want to see more of the face. There we go. That feels cool. I like it kind of coming from the galaxy. And maybe it stops and just hovers instead of passing over you. I can't keyframe the rotation because I turned on tangential. Tangential. Oh, but I guess if it's off, we could change the rotation. Oh yeah. Okay, we're good. I always try to animate the most essential element first. So right now, I'm mostly just trying to get the position of the character locked in, and then once I'm happy with the position, that's when I move into adding all the secondary animations that bring the moment, bring it all to life. Because if I don't have the main position right, for me, it doesn't totally make sense to animate anything else because it's going to change if my position isn't if I haven't agreed on my position yet. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of having it rotate towards the person somehow. Brain's slowing down. I feel it. It's the gas. It's letting off the gas of the brakes. Sweet. I wish I had more keyframes than 203. Let's see, does it really end right there? Is that the last keyframe? No, I thought there was more. Let me double check in After Effects. Oh, I guess not. Wow, that's the last keyframe there. Oh, because we must have lost the tracking data after that. Ah, time is so short. Okay, well, I'll save it anyway so far. Maybe it can get there sooner. And then, yeah, I'm thinking maybe it gets to that position a little bit sooner. And then it flies away instead of staying, perhaps. So let's say if it was to arrive there sooner, it would need to start off a little bit closer. So maybe it starts off its path a little bit earlier, and then I'll just slide all these animations forward in time. Well, that's kind of cool. It gives us a little more time to appreciate it, and then I want it to kind of take off out of there afterwards. Happened. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I had to call it to add the spline. Maybe I'll just animate the position manually. I'll just take over the path at this point here. Set some keyframes in the position and in the, oh, actually not there, 2, 3. Let's take over at this spot, position, and we'll take over rotation. And make sure it kind of gets out of frame before then. So let's start off with position. Oh, it won't let me override. Okay, so that's not an option. I'll do it to the whole spline instead. I'll just animate the whole spline at that point. So it gets to the spot, we'll have some dust pop up. And then I'll just take the whole spline and animate it. It's a little abrupt, so I'm going to maybe add a little bit of soft movement there. Cool. A lot of stuff going on here. Let me see if I can apply the texture on there if it still has one. I haven't tried to find texture yet. Oh, they have an eyes, a mane. Oh, thank you so much, Buna. Oh, they have the spikes. Okay, cool. So these are all separate textures. That's nice, so that we have some layer of control here. And I guess we can bring those textures to life in here now. So I'm gonna make a new material for the dragon's spikes, or no, I guess main creature. Let's go to color, load an image, and see if we have that texture. We do. I don't know what they're calling each part. So spikes, oh, normals, color test. That's probably it, color test. Oh, wow. I might do my own painting on it, but it's good just to see what they provide already. Oh, wow. That's cool. Wow. Let me save this. Um, okay. Oh, should we do it? Should we do lighting? What time is it? Oh my God. Let me see what time I have a meeting or anything tomorrow. If I do, I'll go to sleep. But if I don't in the morning, then I kind of want to do it. See, it saves time. Okay. Okay. There's meetings in the afternoon. I've got to work on a presentation. Um, just drag the texture to the material panel. It's not that simple because I have to do the texturing in Redshift because I want all the lighting from there. So that's going to be different. I'll show you what I mean. If I go to Redshift render view, there shouldn't be too much that appears in here because we don't have any Redshift lights, but let's render. What does it look like with not that bad. I'm not going to use the lighting information on the background from here yet, but let me hide the background real quick, and then go into Redshift render view, and then just have nothing. Cool, just the dragon there. All right, and then if we create a new Redshift light, I'm going to create a dome light, and then in that dome light, I'm going to create some settings. So in the dome light, first off, we're going to go to General. I'm going to load in a dome map. And the dome map will just be the same texture I'm using for the scene. Great. Next, so now we'll get the lighting information over that duration. If we go to animation, turn this on to simple, detect frames. Awesome, so now the keyframes are in there. And then we can go to bypass the backplate option, enable a backplate, and then I'll set it to the same animated image parameter. And then also do animation simple, and then auto detect frames. Oh, it's not detecting. Or is it detecting? I can't tell. What frame are we on? It's not moving yet. Animation. These are getting in the way. I can't really see what's going on. Oh, there it is, detect frames. Cool.